And good evening. Welcome to the Francis Baba Lastic ground where we are getting set for match number 5 in SPL 6. It is an encounter between the Mon Repos Credit Union Pioneers and the SPL Gros Islet Knights. The players are lining up for the opening proceedings, and we are going to bring you that, but of course we need to bring you what happened at the toss as we get ready for action in game 5. Let's go to that. So the teams lined up and we're waiting for them to go to the national anthem. So the still Gros Islet Knights in black and blue, and the Mon Repos Pioneers yellow and green. Greg Wilson is with me. Claudia Emmanuel here, of course. And Greg, good evening to you. A very important game. The first for Gros Islet, but the second for the Pioneers as we have the national anthem. Let's take that. So the national anthem, and the players will just a few minutes earlier this evening. Welcome to match number 5 in SPL 6 2026. We've got an encounter between the Mon Repos Credit Union, Mon Repos Pioneers, and the SPL Gros Islet Knights. With us is the match referee, Mr. Bernie Joseph, our umpire, Mr. Ali Augustin, the captain of the Gros Islet Knights, Mr. Kimani Melius, and captain of the Mon Repos Pioneers, Keon Gaston. Match referee, you've got the coin, and Kimani is going to have a spin. Tails. That's gone very high. Tails is the call. Tails it is. And Keon, you have won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bowl first.
Going to have a bowl first?
Yeah.
A lot of runs scored in the first game. Why are you bowling first?
Gros Islet seemed to be a pretty decent wicket throughout the entire game, so we just look to try to restrict them to a good enough total to come back in the second innings and try to hopefully chase it down.
Okay, you didn't do all that well in your first game. You want a better result this one?
Yeah, we like to take out the positives out of the first game and just come and try to execute our plans in this game, and hopefully it works for us.
Any changes today?
Yes, Alexis is sitting out and Macklin is coming in.
Okay, thank you, Keon. All the best. Go good. Kimani, very familiar surface to you. What would you have done had you won the toss?
Well, it's something we cannot control. Had we won the toss, we would have liked to bowl first as well. Nonetheless, we are given the opportunity to bat. We would look to post a good total on the board so that our bowlers could work with.
Okay, defending champions at home, you need to start well.
Yeah, most definitely. You always look to start well in a tournament. The guys are quite eager to take the field. It's just a matter of us executing on the day.
And who are the guys you'd be depending on?
Well, we depend on everybody who takes the field, and those that's not playing, they all have a valuable part to play, an important part to play, in the game and in the tournament. The two missing out today, unfortunately, Udell Previll and Leo Alexander misses out.
Okay, Kimani. Thank you. Good. All the best. So the news from the toss is that Keon Gaston of the Mon Repos Pioneers He has won the toss and he has decided to bowl first. Let's give you what the wicket looks like. So this is the second time we are using this surface today. Of course, it's a double header. So we saw the Babuno Pioneers rack up almost 250. Correction, the Babuno Leatherbacks, almost 250. It's a pretty decent surface as you look at it. A bit of grass growing in the surface, a few cracks there as well. But I think it looks like a typical Gros Islet surface. Of course, this is the Francis Babalastic ground now. You can see grass growing, a bit of green around the cracks. But all in all, a true solid surface. And I think it has a lot of runs in it. If we have to look at what we saw in the first game, the Leatherbacks getting close to 250. So Gros Islet Knights, they're familiar with this. They're going to bat first. And I think they need to get at least 200. The toss. So just to repeat that to you, as we see the Sale Gros Islet Knights openers, they are getting ready to come onto the field. Of course, they have been inserted, as you heard at the toss. Keon Gaston winning the toss and sending the Sale Gros Islet Knights to bat first. So an opportunity for them to get to a good start. Greg Wilson, it's the first game for the Gros Islet Knights. They would want a good start, of course, defending champions. But the Mon Repos Pioneers, they have already started. We saw them last night going down to Soufre. So very important for Mon Repos that they get a good start. They would not want to go down 2 games straight.
Yes, good evening, colleagues, and good evening to all those following the proceeding. Yes, this game is a big game for both teams. As you said, the defending champions, Gros Islet Knights, they are at home, and certainly they would want to make a statement. The likes of Chad Goodman, we know, has been very prolific from last year, and certainly the captain, Kimani Melios, we know is an explosive batsman in his own right. But most importantly, the Mon Repos Pioneers will not want to go 2-0 down. Yesterday, it was not the best of showing against the Soufre Titans. And today, certainly, they would have had some time to regroup, go back to the drawing board, and certainly would come and put on a better performance, hopefully, today.
Indeed. We're getting set. So it's going to be Kimani Melius who's going to take first knock. Our 2 umpires, Cuthbert McVeigh and Roslyn Emmanuel. We
yes,
have that correctly. So,
former West Indies female player.
Indeed. Nice to see the gender balance being kept here in the officiating. We're going to see the first delivery. And that is outside the off stump. And Melius allows it to go. So, first delivery outside the off stump. And so not without loss. As off the back foot, Melius goes out towards the long on area and gets off the mark. So short delivery, put away, and he gets off the mark. Alexis Charles, the bowler, third delivery, bowls wide, and call wide by the umpire. Can you just zoom on the bowler so that we can get his shot number? You can zoom. Charles again to Melius. Melius gets a good delivery. It's a lot closer to the off stump. Alexis Charles, but he's sporting a shirt that says Mathre. Is that Gary Mathre?
Well, Gary as the coach of the team, the possibility.
Yes, it's possible. But we have been told that it's Alexis Charles with the first delivery, first over. It is him coming again to Melius. Melius using his feet out towards the sweep on the offside, falls safely. And it's like Natrum doing the fielding. And Melius takes one. Melius takes one. So he goes to 5. The total goes up to 5.
6.
6, correction. So 6 without loss. We are in the first over. Jack Goodman, the big left-hander, comes in to strike. So Sale Gros Islet Knights, Kimani Melius, Jad Goodman, the 2 openers. Dylan Douglas, overseas player. Tariq Edward, Tyrell Chico, Lee John. We break as Charles will come into Goodman. Goodman is playing and missing to a good one. Angled across him outside the off stump. Sabinas Emmanuel takes. And there's no run. A decent start so far by Charles.
Yes, decent indeed. Last delivery there, just have Goodman just groping outside the off stump there. Good delivery indeed. So certainly we could hear the Mon Repos players. They are very upbeat.
Charles over the wicket to Goodman. Goodman is sort of a leading edge. Can't score as it goes square into the offside. Keon Gaston is quickly across and keeps them down to no run at the end of a goodish over from Charles. The first of the innings. Melius is 5, 6 without loss. A good start, I guess, from both teams. They'll be happy with the first over.
I think
maybe Mon Repos Pioneers more so.
The Mon Repos Pioneers would be the happier of the 2 teams. We saw half chance created by the Mon Repos, where Melius was looking to work one towards the onside, took a thickish outside edge, and the ball ballooned over to the extra cover region, but fell safely. So certainly Charles has given the Mon Repos Pioneers a decent enough start, Claudia Simaro.
Indeed. We'll give you the teams in a while as we've got someone warming up to bowl the second over. Looks like McLean Sylvester, but he's sporting a shirt that says manager.
So it looks like there's a serious mix-up where the apparel concern for Mon Repos.
Yes. So we have some kit problems on the Pioneers side, but just with the height of the player, the hairdo, and the style of bowling, I think we can.
I think you'll be familiar with most of these players. That's your community.
Yes, but of course not all of them are exactly from the Mon Repos area. Second over, as Melius off the back foot doesn't find the gap. Instead finds Gian Benjamin at extra cover. And there's no run. Shot off the back foot, hit high over wide extra cover. And 6 to Melius. Really a poor delivery. And you don't bowl that to a man of Melius' ability. Lofting that over the deep extra cover region for the first maximum of the innings. He goes to 11 with the maximum and the total to 16. Just confirming. Or is it 12?
It's 12.
So we make it 12. Just apologies for our graphic. Just getting it sorted out. We'll be featuring that at the bottom of our screen soon. So we ask for your patience. Sylvester to Melius. Melius back cutting. Good work by the man at point. Just sort of parrying it away to Benjamin to his right. So single to Melius. He
14.
goes to 13. The total is 13.
13. Melius.
Melius is 12. So Melius 12, the total 13. This is over number 2. So Mon Repos Pioneers using the off spin of McLean Sylvester for the second over. He'll now go round the wicket to the left-handed Jad Goodman. Deep mid-wicket and deep extra cover. The 2 men out. Sylvester to Goodman. Goodman gets a wide delivery, looking to play at it. Missing. And into the gloves of Sabinas Emmanuel. Sylvester again to Goodman. Goodman gets a good delivery. Can do no more than defend. Up to extra cover. Craig Emmanuel is there. Short, about halfway into the circle. And there's no run. So Sylvester looking to complete the second over. Comes in again to Goodman. Goodman back, pulls. That's gone high. That will clear the boundary at wide, long on. And we'll get Goodman, the big left-hander, off the mark with 6 at the towards the end of the second over. Still at least 1 delivery left.
20.
So 6 bringing the total to 20. And Goodman getting off the mark with a maximum.
Yes, another poor delivery there. Short, giving Goodman ample time to scamp on the back foot and just heave this one over the wide long on region there for another maximum. So 2 maximums in this over so far.
Sylvester looking to have a good conclusion to it. Balls to Goodman. Goodman hits that. That could be a catch. It's there. Bond, the player going back from the circle but can't make a catch of it, as it was always spiraling away from him. And in the end, it fell safely, as Goodman got 1 to go to 7 at the end of the second over. The Gros Islet Knights, they are batting first. They are 21. 21.
Yeah.
Or is it 20?
21.
21 without loss.
Yes, good productive over there by the SPL Gros Islet Knights. McLean Sylvester really had not gotten the length correct. We saw quite a few short deliveries in the over, and 2 of which were in particular were punished. One by the captain Kimani Melius and Jad Goodman. 2 maximums coming off.
Yes, let's give you the indication of the 11. So the Pioneers team: Keon Gaston, okay, so we got that. We'll go through that for you momentarily. So Charles will bowl his second over to that's hit. That's gone high. That's gone massively over deep extra cover. That's gone for 6, almost hitting the pylon way to towards the cemetery side of the ground. A big hit from a big man, as Goodman hits his second maximum and goes to 12. Dealing in maximums, really. That's his second. And the total goes to 27 without loss.
Yes, good execution there. The delivery wide outside the Yosemite, half volley. So he really threw the kitchen sink at this one. And he got the maximum contact. And as you did indicate, Claudius, this one went way over the fence into the cemetery for 6. So certainly Jad Goodman really getting into his strides very early.
Indeed, yeah. And of course, occasioning a ball change. As they do that, we can just go through the teams for you. Gros Islet Knights: Kimani Melius, Jad Goodman, Tariq Edward, Tarrell Chico, Simeon Gerson, Lee John, Isaiah Jones, Ashton Alexander, Davin Ford, Jodel Cyril, and Dylan Douglas. I'll give you the Pioneers team momentarily. as Alexander, in fact, bowls to Goodman. Goodman turns that nicely through square leg for a single. And he goes with the single to 14. And the total 28 without loss. So the man who opened the bowling with the Mafre shirt is actually Evan Alexander. So apologies, we had gotten it incorrect earlier. We were saying Alexis Charles, so it's actually Evan Alexander. Tall, slim figure of the seamer will now bowl to the right-handed Kimani Melius. Nice to see a good crowd coming in to take in the action at the Francis Babalastic ground. We're in Gros Islet. Alexander to Melius. Melius looking to be cute, looking to scoop that. And not making contact to one outside the off stump. Seemed to be looking to go across the line towards the onside initially, but in the end, he seemed to be doing a scoop over the keeper. Which one was it, Greg?
I think he was caught in two minds. Halfway when the scoop, he decided he's going to change the man because the ball was so wide outside the off stump. It was sort of a real premeditated shot.
Dot ball. Alexander will move in to Melius. Melius looks to cut, does so, but fielder is posted at backward point. Boundary, straight to him on the bounce. So just a single to Melius, taking him to 13, 14, correction, 13, 29 without loss. So this is the second game of the doubleheader. First games here at the Francis Lastic ground. This is match number 5. Alexander will move in now to Goodman. Goodman drives. Sweeper is posted at deep point. That's the figure of Christian Charlery. Straight to him, just a single. So one big batter to another big fielder. They are very strongly built. 30 without loss. As Goodman goes to 15 and Kimani Melius will come into strike with one delivery left in the third over. Alexander to Melius. Melius gets one shot, pulls over mid-wicket and 6 at the base of the wall on the western side of the ground to complete a productive over for the Sale Gros Islet Knights. 2 maximums coming. In fact, it started with one, ending with another. And a lot of innovation there from Melius, advancing, then stopping, and then almost inducing a short delivery, and then smashing it over mid-wicket for 6 to take the total to 36 without loss.
Yes, another productive over there for the Sale Gros Islet Knights. Some 15 runs coming up the over. For a while, Claudius was saying that it started with 6, and it looked like he would have ended, able to pull back this over. But again, as you did describe, Melius advancing down, forcing him to perhaps bowl a short delivery.
The Mon Repos pioneers, Sabinas Emmanuel, Micah Natram, Gian Benjamin, the overseas player, Captain Keon Gaston, Christian Charlery, Craig Emmanuel, Cody Lesmo, Zenaki Louis, Evan Alexander, Jamal Lesmo, and McLean Sylvester. It's going to be Sylvester to come in for the third over. His second. And in fact, it will be the fourth over. So, in fact, no, there's a bowling change. It's Zanaki Louis that is brought in as he bowls to Goodman. Goodman smashes it, but back to Louis. So, Louis, the under 19 player. Oh, well, we had an interesting situation there because I think there was a case of 3 fielders outside of the circle, but that was missed by the umpires. And what's going to happen? Well,
it's too late.
I think there's scope to call the no ball because the other ball has not been bowled. Well, the umpires, I think they have allowed it to go. Players going in and out of the circle. Where will they settle? So they settle with deep mid-wicket and deep extra cover. Louis to Goodman. Goodman back, hits that. Miscues, catch for the mid-off. Gaston takes it. So the end of Goodman, who goes away crossed with himself and perhaps thinking that ought to have been a free hit. But it wasn't, because the umpires didn't call what was clearly a no ball with 3 fielders out of the circle inside of the power play. So Goodman goes, caught Gaston, ball Louis, and they sail Gros Islet Knights, losing their first wicket in, we'll have to say, controversial fashion.
Yes, certainly I could understand him being really dejected, as you didn't get that. Should have been a no ball, but curious, the fact that the umpires felt that they had missed it, and it was the batter who brought it to their attention. They felt that there was not the need to call it, but I think they made an error on this occasion.
Indeed. So Gros Islet would be unhappy with that, and Goodman would go away ruining his misfortune and no doubt unhappy with the adjudication. The new batter coming in at number 3 is Tariq Edward, and he's gonna join his captain Kimani Melius. So 36 for 1. This is the 4th over, reminding you of course that the power play is in place for 6 overs. And so Louis with early success, one of the under 19 players in the Mon Repos Pioneers outfit, getting ready to come into Edward. Edward's looking to slash outside the off stump, doesn't have the room, neither the bounce, and it goes into the gloves of Emmanuel. Long off and deep extra cover, the 2 men out. Louis, midway in the 4th over, will move into Edward. Edward back, can't score, plays with a straight bat. Emmanuel is at short extra cover. Emmanuel of the Craig variety, and there's no run. Dot ball recorded. Louis to Edward. Edward drives along the ground, goes to the sweeper, who fires in the return, Sylvester, and over the gloves to another Emmanuel, Sabinas. So 1 more to the total, 37 for 1. Alton Crafton stand, containing a nice contingent who's come to support the game. Wide delivery by Zanaki Louis, but the tall figure of umpire McVeigh says too wide, the total going up by 1. 38 for 1. Louis to Melius. Melius gets one that is inside of his stumps, looking to work at it, and now a very slow finger goes up. Oh my word! Umpire McVeigh took an eternity with that dreaded finger, and I don't think Kimani Melius was that impressed, but I tell you what, he came inside of his stumps and looking to work it away, and umpire McVeigh took a long time over that decision, but eventually raising the index finger to signal the end of Kimani Melius's innings. LBW Louis. As we look at it again, Melius certainly coming inside of his stumps, and well, Greg Wilson is nodding as if saying that was in line.
Yeah, I think middle and leg is
middle and leg. It's just that Mr. McVeigh took a little while to raise the finger. But well, I guess the important thing is that he got it right, and Melius going away disappointed, but I think on the evidence of the replay, that was a good decision by umpire McVeigh. So the fall of Melius, 38 for 2, and the Sale Gros Islet Knights captain going very quickly indeed inside the power play. So the power play has not gone well for the Gros Islet Knights, Greg Wilson. The 2 of the premier batters, the 2 openers going.
Yes, certainly these 2 are renowned to give Gros Islet a flyover start where the power play is concerned. But one must credit the captain, Keon Gaston, for introducing spin in the very early in the piece, and Zanaki Lewis getting 2 big wickets. Getting the big wicket of Melius.
So that was the end of over number over number 4 completed. As we'll have a new one started, and it's going to be the left-handed Jamal Lesmo who's going to come into Tariq Edward. Lesmo to Edward. Edward gets a short delivery, turns it away into the mid-wicket region, and Lesmo is quickly across. So 39 now, 39 for 2. The new batter, Dylan Douglas, overseas player out of Dominica, out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, correction. So nice to see the SPL being graced by the overseas players, of course adding quality, adding interest, and of course if fans and family listening in St. Vincent, they certainly are in on the broadcast. A wide delivery, and Douglas looking to hoik that somewhere over mid-wicket, not making contact, and maybe feeling that he missed out there as the ball eventually picked up by Craig Emmanuel at the slip position. 39 for 2. Lesmo to Douglas. Douglas smashes that over long on for 6. What a strike. It was short. It was outside the off stump. And he really spread the front leg and smashed that over long on for 6. So what an emphatic way to get off the mark as he pushes the total to 45 for 2 midway in the 5th over.
Well, certainly he missed out on the previous delivery. It was a similar delivery, just that the first one was a bit slower
and wider.
But on this occasion, really give it the treatment that it deserved. It was very slow and had enough time to pick the area he wanted it to deposit it. So it's certainly a huge 6 there, Claudius.
Indeed, having to send the umpires to seek a replacement, and pushing the Gros Islet Knights to 45 for 2. We are midway in the 5th over. The fans enjoying the action. Lots of refreshments in that area as well, so creating a good atmosphere. So of course, Gros Islet Knights, defending champions. They went past South Castries Lions in the finals last year, and so this is their first game. Lesmo to Dylan. Dylan short, pulled straight to the fielder this time at mid-on, and there's no run. Stays 45 for 2. 2 deliveries left in the 5th over. Lesmo over the wicket to Douglas. Douglas gets one back of a length, turns it out through square leg. They've taken one. They come back for the second, but the fielder doesn't pick up cleanly. Christian Charlery allows the second. Good running between the two, capitalizing on the fumble and coming back for 2, taking the total to 47 for 2. 1 delivery left in the 5th. Douglas back in strike. He's 8 from 4. Lesmo to Douglas. Douglas cuts it away, finds the gap in the inner ring, but there's a sweeper. Natrum gets a low return to Emmanuel, but would have done his work in cutting off a potential boundary. End of the over, the 5th of the innings, at the end of which it's 48 for 2. The Gros Islet Knights sent in by the Mon Repos Pioneers.
Yes, a good productive over there for the still Gros Islet Knights, getting some 10 runs of the first over of Lesmo, and certainly Douglas, he has made some good contact. So we've seen some the good Manhattans there, the second and third over in particular. The best over there for the Mon Repos Pioneers would have been the 4th over, where they were able to pick up the 2 openers, Jad Goodman and Kimani Melius.
And the dancers are very much here with us as well, really adding to the atmosphere and creating quite a bit of interest. Zanaki Louis will come in for the start of the 6th over. Chopped away for 4. Short and put away by Septin the gap between the man at point and at short third, and away to the boundary for 4. Bringing up the 50 for the SPL Gros Islet Knights. In fact, it's 56 or 52 for 2.
Yes, good way to bring up the 50 there by Douglas, giving a bit of room outside the off-stump and really got on top of this one, bisecting the 2 fielders and got himself 4 glorious runs.
Indeed, Keon Gaston very busy. He's posted himself at mid-off, but wants to be closer to the action. Louis continuing, bowls to Douglas. In fact, it's, Douglas paddling that around. He's looking for the second. It's not on. Emmanuel chasing that from behind the stumps. So 1 taken. 53 for 2. Final over of the power play. Zanaki Louis, the off spinner, will bowl to Tariq Edward. He's over the wicket to Edward. Edward back, looking to smash that somewhere on the onside. Doesn't get hold of it. He will get the single as it goes to short mid wicket. Natrum coming into field. 1 more to Edward is 3 from 5, so not getting an opportunity to tee off as yet. 54 for 2. 3 deliveries left in the power play. Douglas hits that flat and 6 over extra cover. My word, that went like a rocket, and that didn't travel very high indeed. That went maybe about 6, 7, 8 feet, and that went flat for 6. A powerful man has gone quickly to 20, and that's what his 3rd maximum. 60 for 2 it is.
Yeah, certainly a brute force shot there by Dylan Douglas outside the awesome, given a bit of width there. Flat batted shot, and as Claudius did indicate, that ball traveled very flat indeed. The fielders are still searching for the ball, but certainly Dylan Douglas has come out with some good intent.
Absolutely. He's a no-nonsense player. 20 from 8. And he's really pushing things along. So, a replacement ball will maybe soon come out. Just reminding you that Kimani Melius and Jad Goodman were the openers. They have both been dismissed for 19 and 15 respectively. And so to come for the Gros Islet Knights, Chico, Gerson, John, Jones, Alexander, Ford and Cyril. They are currently scoring at 10.59. So quite a rapid start, Greg Wilson.
Yes, despite losing their 2 prolific openers, they are still going at quite a healthy rate.
Very much so. So we'll break in the play. We can take a look at the bowling figures so far.
Yes, Evan Alexander a bit on the expensive side. 21 he has considered in his 2 overs. McLean Sylvester, his solitary over, he went for some 15 runs. But Zanaki, they pick up the bowlers so far. 1.4, he has picked up 2 wickets. And we had the solitary over from Jamal Lesmore, which he considered some 10 runs.
So, replacement ball being brought into play by the umpires. And of course, it's the sort of thing that you see quite a bit of, with the number of maximums being hit out of the playing area. So 2 deliveries still left in the power play. This is over number 6. Louis continues, bowls to Douglas. Douglas back, hits that through square leg for 4. Short and put away by Douglas. And really helping himself to some juicy stuff from Louis. He goes to 24, and it's quickly to 64 for 2.
Yes, some 16 runs in the over, and still 1 delivery left. So it has the potential of being a real big over, Claudius. Certainly he would want to come out of this over without considering any more boundaries. But certainly it's an ominous sign there by Dylan Douglas.
Louis to Douglas. Douglas hoiking that. Will go through square leg again for 4. Didn't quite get hold of that, but got enough bat on it to send it spinning along the floor through square leg for 4. So successive boundaries to end the power play. A very productive over with somewhat, Greg Wilson, 17.
No, more than that. You're looking at 20.
20 coming from the over. 68 for 2. A very productive power play indeed. And the Gros Islet Knights, Greg, despite the loss of the 2 openers, they would think that 68 for 2 is not a bad effort in the power play.
Not a bad effort at all, Claudius. So they lost their 2 premier batters, but certainly Dylan Douglas has shown that he has the capability of really piling on the runs very quickly. As we could see, 28 from just 10 deliveries he has faced.
Yes, striking at 280. So, end of the power play. Jamal Lesmore continuing. So, more fielders can be posted on the boundary. Comes in both to Edward. Edward is still very composed, very textbook in his stroke play so far. Just punching that with a straight bat to mid-off to register a dot ball. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep extra cover, deep square leg. Lesmore to him, chopped away and put down. Oh, it was a low effort. Two-handed Christian Shalry on the edge of the circle at short third. Just not able to hold on. And so Tariq Edward gets a life. Gets a run as well. As the total goes to 69 for 2. Edward going to 4. And, well, should have caught that as an attempted paddle by Douglas fails. The ball hitting somewhere on the bat and rolling back to the bowler. Dot ball produced by Lesmore, who comes in again to Douglas. Douglas back, hits that, smashes it, over long on, 6! Oh, this is a powerful striker, short and really opening up to enhance the effort of the stroke and smashing that over the head of the fielder and over the boundary for 6. Not the first time we have seen that stroke from the bat of Douglas as he goes to 34 and the total 75 for 2.
Yes, as you did indicate, this is the second time we have seen him deposit the ball outside of the ground. Lesmore on this occasion shot outside the off stump and gives him ample time to really open up. And we say that horizontal bat and that ball went flying over the wall. So Douglas certainly is in a no-nonsense mode, 44 of just 12 deliveries.
Yes, going rapidly along and creating problems for the umpires. They have to find yet another ball. So we'll have a replacement. So Douglas demonstrating his value to the Sale Gros Islet Knights. 34 from 12. And the Gros Islet Knights going at 11.25 as we continue. Lesmore to Douglas. Douglas swings that away. Will be another boundary. 4 of them this time. Short and this time not much power. Just helping the ball away with the momentum of the bad leg stump line. And away from the man at square leg and into the boundary for 4. Douglas going to 38. 79 for 2. We are in the 7th over. 11 coming off the over so far. 1 delivery left. Lesmore changes the approach. Will now come round the wicket.
Yes, the bowlers are really under pressure. They are really put under the pump there by Dylan Douglas. Certainly he loves dealing in boundaries.
Lesmore to Douglas. Douglas drives. Beastie in a ring. Can the sweeper come across? Yes, he does. But will not be able to stop 2 as Tariq Edward responding well, and a powerful drive from Douglas to end in the 7th over. Brings him to 40 from just 14, and it's 81 for 2.
Yes, another productive over again there by the SPL Gros Islet Knights. Some 14 runs coming off the over. So certainly the Knights, they lost their 2 openers in the 4th over, but since then the pair has really done well, Claudius, especially Dylan Douglas.
Very much so. In fact, Douglas striking at 285. So 81 for 2 it is. The burly figure of Christian Charlery being brought into the attack for over number 8. He'll bowl to Edward. Edward, who's just 4 from 7. And quite in contrast, Dylan Douglas, well, 40 from 14. Keon Gaston looking to get the field right. Of course, outside of the power play, he has the option of 5 fielders outside of the circle. Let's look at them. Himself at long off, long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and deep point. Charlery to Edward. Edward gets a full toss and taps it tamely back to Charlery on the bounce. Tariq Edwards has struggled to find the middle of the bat tonight.
Yes, I was just about to make mention of that to you. He's so just very relaxed. It's as if he's playing a 40 game and not a T20 game.
Yes, he's playing a very different game from Douglas. Let's see whether he can push things on. Charlery to him, he drives. Just a check drive, 4 single to the sweep on the offside at deep point. And he takes his 5th run. The total going to 82. 82 for 2. Charlery will now bowl to Douglas. See, goes away from us to Douglas. Douglas gets a full one, struck on the pad, but it's heading down the leg side. No real support there for Christian Charlery with the big appeal. Umpire McVeigh saying no. Look at it again, and yes, Douglas opening up and the ball hitting the outer part of the left leg, heading down the leg side. Charlery again. Douglas hits that in the air. Possibility of a catch and taken. Oh, Jamal Lesmore moved a little late, but was in the right position eventually and taking the catch two-handed. So the end of Dylan Douglas caught Lesmore. Bowl Christian Charlery for 40, and in the 8th over, Mon Repos Pioneers, they pick up the 3rd wicket as the man from SVG makes his exit.
Yes, it was a brisk stint at the crease for the time he was there. He was looking very threatening, and they certainly needed to see the back of Dylan Douglas. As we could see on the replay again, the ball really coming off the toe end of the bat. It did not come off the sweet bread, as we would say. And a relatively easy catch taken in the end, and you could see the celebration. He is very much satisfied because he was under the pump when he was bowling.
Indeed, he kept his nerve well, and a very important dismissal for the Pioneers because Douglas was creating damage. They're scoring at just under 300 runs per 100 balls. So the new batter, Lee John, make it. So
Simeon Gerson.
Correction, Simeon Gerson. Simeon Gerson, the new batter. So a left-hander. And a decision here, maybe by the Knights, to just ensure that there's a left hand, right hand at the crease. So Simeon Gerson joining Tariq Edward.
Just put everything there.
So 82 for 3. Shalry will continue. First delivery to Gerson. Slow delivery. Gerson wants a single. It's not on. Tariq Edward took a few exploratory steps out of his crease and then with the big shout of no, 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 because he saw Sabinas Emmanuel closing in on it from behind the stump, sensing the danger and sending back his partner. 82 for 3. One delivery left in the 8-over. It's been a successful one already for the Pioneers. Shalry moves into Gerson. Gerson drives into the offside to the sweeper, Natram, who has it covered, keeps it down to 1, completes the over, the 8th of the innings, at the end of which the Gros Islet Knights, they're 83 for 3.
Yeah, the completion of a very successful over there by Christian Shalry. Seeing the back of Dylan Douglas was looking very threatening, coming in, picking up the wickets and only conceding 2 runs in the process. So certainly a good over there for the Pioneers, and they will hope with the dismissal of Douglas and the way we've seen Tariq Edward batting that they could use that opportunity to at least look to squeeze in a few tight overs.
So over number 9 about to start, and it looks like McLean Sylvester who's being brought back. Sylvester being brought back at the far end, and he's gonna be bowling to Gerson. So Sylvester is 1 over costing 15. Starts his second, bowls to Gerson. Gerson off the back foot, wants a single. Oh, Tariq Edward had committed himself, and for the second time in the short partnership between these two, a bit of misunderstanding. Fumble on the edge of the circle by Alexander, allowing them to go back. Sylvester at the start of the 9th over comes into Gerson. Gerson back, turns it away. Too short, third man. The throw goes to the non-striker's end. And Gerson will get his second run. 84 for 3. As the right-handed Edward comes in to strike. It's been a very strange innings from Edward. 5 from 9. Needs to push on. Whatever exploration or examination he was doing of conditions, I think the time for that has expired. Time for some productivity from the bat. McLean Sylvester will move into the right-hander. We are in over number 9. This is match 5 of SPL 6. We are at the Francis Baba Lastic ground in Gros Islet. Short, hit off the back foot for 4. Oh, that's a top stroke from Edward. It was short and he was off the back foot and hit that into the vacant part of the inner ring and away from the sweeper to his right at extra cover. And that went very quickly indeed. He goes to 9. And you wonder, with that ability to hit the ball, why he was so tentative early on.
I was just about to tell you he hasn't woken from his slumber. Certainly it was a good shot indeed.
Oh, that was a top stroke. As he smashed that through the offside, taking the total to 8. He goes to 9. Correction, total 88 for 3. Edward is on 8. Sylvester to Edward. Edward hits that high and long. Does it have enough to clear the boundary? Yes, it does. Gian Benjamin is a very short man at long off, but that was way over his head. And a Tariq Edward explosion, because all of a sudden he has gone 4 and then 6 of successive balls, taking him into double figures. He's 15 and the total 94 for 3.
Yes, Tariq Edwards certainly is switching gears at this point in time.
Sylvester to Edward. Edward back and allows a wide one to go. And gets the wide call as well. So he'll be happy with that. Didn't want to play at that. So he gets the wide call. 95 for 3. Sylvester to Edward. Edward gets a straighter one on the stumps. Faster one as well. Pushes it up to long on for the single. To take him to 16 and the total 96 for 3. One delivery left in the 9th over. The left-handed Gerson will come into strike. Pioneers, correction, Gros Islet Knights going at 10.87. Sylvester goes round the wicket to the left-hander. Gerson drives and misses outside the off stump. And the ball is picked up by Emmanuel behind the stumps. End of the over. 9 completed. The Gros Islet Knights put in by the Pioneers. They are 96 for 3.
Yeah, the end of another productive over for the still Gros Islet Knights. Some 13 runs coming off the last over. And certainly Claudius, we saw Edwards really playing two delightful shots, and as we were wondering, whether he was really in a T20 mode or whether he was in a 4-day mode. And certainly he has showed us that he has the capability of turning on the switch when he wants to. So the still Gros Islet will certainly hope that he could continue in that vein to get them to a very respectable total.
Christian Charlery coming up for his 2nd over, the 10th of the innings. His first over costing 2 and picking up the wicket of the dangerous Douglas. He will bowl to Edward. To this delivery, who drives out into the offside. Can't beat the dive-in Zanaki Louis at extra cover. And there's no run. So Edward in this over having to contend with long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and deep point. Charlery to Edward. Edward is forward and plays quietly to Louis, who comes in to his left and forward. Can't stop the single as Tariq Edward gets his 17th run and takes the Knights to 97 for 3. Gerson 3 from 5 comes, or is it 2 from 5? 2 from 5 comes into strike. The field almost the same. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square, deep extra cover. Deep point, actually. So, identical to Edward. Charlery to Gerson. Gerson clips it away. Out to the mid-wicket sweeper, Louis. Sends a return away from the stumps. Emmanuel has it covered. One more to the total. 98 for 3. Gerson going to 3. Midway in the 10th over. Edward comes back into strike. Charlery to Edward. Edward drives, stroking it straight to Emmanuel at extra cover. And there's no run. So good dot ball. Christian Charlery continuing his tight ways. 2 runs from 4 deliveries.
Yes, certainly his first over he considered just 2 and 4 deliveries so far in his 2nd over, and he has considered 2, so he certainly would want to continue to keep things tight. Bowling a good decent line and length, not express pace, but he's just bowling in the right areas.
Field change, offside being strengthened. Only 3 men on the onside, so deep extra cover sweeper added. And square leg comes in the circle. Charlery to Edward. Edward is kept quiet. Good delivery. Full on the stumps. Can only push it to Zanaki Louis at the short mid-off. Goes back a few steps now as, well, actually coming back. Charlery wants him close. Final delivery of the 10th. Comes in to Edward. Edward driving along the ground to Emmanuel. Deep extra cover sweeper. And the over comes to an end. A good tight one from Charlery. Just the 3 coming from it. 10 overs completed. So we have come to the halfway mark. And 99 for 3, the Sale Gros Islet Knights. So they're scoring at 9.9. And an opportunity to reflect on what we have seen so far, Greg Wilson, with the Sale Gros Islet Knights being sent in by the Mon Repos Credit Union Pioneers.
Yes, certainly they lost their 2 openers, Jack Goodman and Kimani Melius, but Dylan Douglas, certainly his brief stint at the crease, some 40 of 16. And we have Tariq Edward, who's 18 not out of 13 deliveries, but for the Mon Repos Pioneers, it's Naki Louis. They pick up the bowler, picking up the 2 openers in his very first over, 2 for 22. Christian Charlery, who is bowled very impressive. His 2 overs, he has only considered just 5 runs. And you have Alexander, who opened the ball and were a bit on the expensive side, some 21 runs of his 2 overs. Claudius, who do you think would be the happier of the 2 teams at the halfway stage?
Perhaps Sale Gros Islet Knights. I think that's a good platform to really build on. 99 from 10. So, of course, they would want to keep that momentum. But the Pioneers would want to pull things back. Let's take a few minutes break as the players enjoy a drinks break. So we're about to resume over number 11. As Lesmore bowls to Edward, who's looking to cut that away. And there's no contact. So it remains 99 for 3 over number 11. Lesmore to him, chopped away, but can't find the gap. Finds Natrum at backward point. And there's no run. 2 dot balls from Lesmore to start the 11th, who comes in again to Edward. Edward back. Finds another fielder. That's Alexander. At extra cover or wide mid off. And there's no run. So a 3rd dot ball. Lesmore to Edward. Edward gets a wide one, chops it away. Brings the sweeper in Benjamin off the boundary. Edward wants the second. The throw comes in. On the bounce. Hits the stumps. The ricochet will allow an additional run. Oh, it hits the stumps again. But this time, no additional run. So 3 taken overall as the 100 comes up. 102 now for 3. And Edward getting away with 3 with the help of the ricochet from the stumps. So the 100 coming up. Gerson will now be in strike. So Edward going to 21 now from as many deliveries. 102 now for 3. Lesmore will bowl to the left-handed Gerson. Lesmore will go over the wicket. Two deliveries left in the 11th. He comes into Gerson. Gerson back, pulls out towards on the bounce. The man at mid-wicket, actually square leg, just forward of square. Natrum not looking to dive, taking it on the bounce, doing the fielding instead, keeping them down to 1. Gerson goes to 4. 103 for 3. Edward comes back into strike. Lesmore goes round the wicket to Edward. Edward back, turns it, but a bit of a powder puff stroke. Back to the bowler, dot ball, and the over coming to an end. So 11 completed, 103 for 3, which is the Sale Gros Islet Knights effort.
Yeah, good over there by Jamal Lesmore after the resumption of play. Only conceding 4 runs from the over. So certainly the last 2 overs, the Pioneers between Christian Chaldry and Lesmore, they have only given up 7 runs.
So they have really pulled things back. In fact, since the departure of Douglas, you know, we have seen the score kept to reasonable proportions. So his departure has certainly allowed the Pioneers to come back and exert a measure of control. Bowling change at the southern end. Zanaki Louis comes back for his 3rd. 2 overs for 22 runs. Also picking up 2 wickets. So all the 2s for Zanaki Louis, who comes in to Gerson. Gerson looking to smash that, doesn't get hold of it. Goes to long on. Gaston is off the boundary as they take 1. 104 for 3. As Edward comes in to strike. The Edward innings has been a strange one. It's sort of gone back and forth. Started very slowly, then a little explosion in the middle. But in recent balls, he has gone back to being slow. Louis to him. This time he's going big and will get full result. Maximum over, deep extra cover. So 6 to Tariq Edward, taking him to 27 and a total 110 for 3.
As you perfectly described it, Claudius, it's a very strange inning. At one time, he's blowing hot and cold.
Hot and cold indeed.
But it was a beautiful shot over extra cover, this last one there. And suddenly we could say he has batting ability, but just as we indicate, you know, it's just a strange inning that he's playing.
Yes, a genuine all-rounder, sort of a fluctuating innings. Back and with the effort and intent on this one, just missing. Faster delivery, a little bit of bounce there from Louis. And Tariq Edward missing out. Louis again to Edward. Edward goes flat along the ground. Can they get across? Nobody can get across. 4 to Edward. Jamal Lesmo from mid-on. Keon Gaston from long on. Gaston from long off. Not able to cut it off. Straight along the ground, straight into the boundary for 4. Edward to 31. Louis to him. He drives. 6 straight over our heads. A meaty stroke. Well executed from Tariq Edward. Punching in celebration with Simeon Gerson. Really getting that in the slot and smashing it over the head of Zanakin Louis. And going all the way for 6. He rushes to 37. And a total 120 for 3.
Yes, a good straight lofted drive there by Tariq Edward, trusting the bounce and just playing for the line. It could not have been as straighter than that, Claudius. But as we kept saying again, it looked like this is just the hot period for him. So certainly some delightful stroke being played in this over by Tariq Edward, getting his second maximum, deposited this one on the roof of the building where we're doing the commentary. And with that, he has raised to 47. And SGK 120 for 3.
Louis to complete the over. Moves into Edward. Edward turns it from outside the off stump, out through square leg. He wants a second, but there's no second there. As Micah picks it up. End of the over with the single to Edward. He goes to 38, and after 12, it's 121 for 3.
Yes, so some 18 runs coming off the last over. Certainly they have been kept on the tight rein for a while, but Tariq Edward in this last over, the 12th over, just sort of breaking loose. And one really wonders why he has not adopted that approach, Claudius. As you could see, at one point he's out playing some very exquisite shot, and then all of a sudden he gets back into a shell.
McLean Sylvester will be brought back. Keon Gaston, well, as we heard last night, he's got that elbow injury, so not bowling at all. Saving himself maybe for the latter part of the competition. Sylvester to Edward. Edward drives out to Gaston, who comes off the long off boundary and makes a good stop, getting his body low down to cover it, picking up two-handed. A single to Edward, taking him to 39. 122 for 3. Of course, the Gros Islet Knights, they've got a lot of power to come in the rest of the batting. Tyrell Chico, Lee John, Jadel Cyril, they can all hit a long ball. Sylvester to Gerson. Gerson hits that out towards long off. Possibility of a catch over the head of the fielder. And 6. Oh, he thought he might have had a catching opportunity there for a while. But as it came closer, he found that over his head. 6 to Gerson. He's not a big man, but he was able to get under it and smashing it. And for a while there, he was waiting nervously to see if it would make the distance. It did. A maximum to Gerson, taking him to 11. 128 now for 3. Sylvester to Gerson again. Gerson drives. That's gone again. Possibility of a catch. The fielder doesn't hold on, and that will go into the boundary. Looks like it has gone for 4. Umpire Emmanuel confirming that now. So this time a lot wider to the right of the fielder, having him to do a bit of run. But to be fair to him, it was a difficult catch, and getting the right hand to it. And the ball going into the boundary for 4. Gerson pushing along. He's 15, 132 for 3. Midway in the 13th over. Knights pushing along. McLean Sylvester to Gerson. Gerson smashes that. 6! That's gone this time over long on. Oh, he doesn't seem to have the power to hit those strokes, but he's getting there, and a nice swing of the bat. And so he has gone 6-4 and now 6 over wide long on. And a flurry of boundaries there from Simeon Gerson, taking him to 21. And the total 138 for 3.
Yes, Claude, yes, some good, delightful ball hitting there by Simeon Gerson. For a while I was saying, but why Simeon Gerson came ahead of the likes of Tyrell Chico? But he has proven to me that he has the ability to clear the boundaries.
And has done so with regularity in the past 3 deliveries. Sylvester under pressure. He's conceded 45 from his 2.4 overs. Comes in now. Once again to Gerson. Gerson back. Chops it away for a single to Shallery on the edge of the circle at short backward point. 139 as Gerson goes to 22. And Tariq Edwards, 39 from 29, comes in to strike. 1 delivery left in the 13th. Fielders being changed. Deep point going to the boundary. Square leg coming inside the circle. Sylvester under pressure. Comes in now to Edward. Edward, wide delivery. Chops it away, but on the bounce to Emmanuel. On the edge of the circle at short third. End of the over with the dot ball. 13 completed. 139 for 3. Sale Gros Islet Knights scoring at 10.69.
Yes, another very productive over for the still Gros Islet Knights. So consecutive overs, Claudius, they are scoring 18 runs. So a 50-run partnership of just 57 of 42 deliveries between Chico, Tariq Edwards, and Simeon Gerson.
Yes, and they've done quite well as they came together with the loss of Dylan Douglas, who went for 40 and from just 16 deliveries, so they've really pushed on since his dismissal. Of course, before him, Kimani Melius and Jad Goodman, the 2 openers going. Bowling change. Got a new bowler from the southern end, number 26. It's gonna come into Gerson. Gerson smashes that over long on. Correction, mid-wicket for 6. Hitting the wall on the western side of the ground. So greeting the new bowler and smashing him away for 6. Gerson going into the 20s. It's gone to 28. And the total 145.
Yes, certainly a good shot there by
For 3.
Simeon Gerson in the last 2 overs. Simeon Gerson really has just transformed at the crease.
Okay, so in fact it is Lesmore. Thought that was a new bowler. So Jamal Lesmore for his 4th over, being greeted with a maximum, the very first one. It's coming in again to Gerson. Gerson back, plays that into the offside point. Fielder is there, Gian Benjamin, and Gerson getting the single. He goes to 29, 146 for 3. Lesmore now going round the wicket to Tariq Edward. 146 for 3. This has the makings of a big total. We saw 200 plus in the first game. Off the back foot, looking to chop away and not making contact. So Lesmore achieves a dot ball. Well, they have been quite rare in this innings. Midway in the 14th over, Lesmore to Edward. Edward back, and again looking to smash it through backward point area. Didn't maybe have the room, and getting away with that. Lesmore comes in again to Edward. Edward drives along the ground, out too long off. Gaston is there, misfields, and they'll go for the second. The direct hit missing, and Gerson able to arrive safely at the non-strikers end. 2 taken. 148 for 3 as Edward goes to 41. 1 delivery to complete the 14th. Lesmore to Edward. Edward turns it away. Slowly, they're looking for the second to mid-wicket. The fielder comes on it. The throw comes in. Non-strikers end. But it's low down, and so Jamal Lesmore can't get it to the stumps as Gerson arrives safely once again. So good running between the two. Second pair of 2 runs that they have taken, and 150 coming up at the end of the over. So 150 for 3 with Edward on 43, Gerson 29. Sale Gros Islet Knights sailing along at 10.71.
Yes, good cricket being exhibited by these two. Not only are they hitting the boundaries closures, but they are prepared to be very aggressive in the running. And the second one in particular, they would have needed a direct hit. So certainly we know that Tariq Edward, he loves running between wicket. We have seen that in the past. He would really challenge the fielders out, and certainly he is doing some good work. So he started a bit slow, but we must say Simeon Gerson in particular, he has almost transformed at the crease, and all of a sudden we see that he's hitting some huge sixes, clearing the ropes by a long way.
Yes, indeed, and showing the value of maybe taking a few deliveries, Greg, to really assess the situation, lay a good platform, and then build on it. So over number 15 about to start, as looks like Evan Alexander being brought back, and he will bowl to Simeon Gerson. So Alexander to Gerson, short, tucked away and caught. Oh, a bit of a soft dismissal from Gerson, Simeon Gerson. It was a short delivery and didn't have the pace, and maybe a slow short one, and looking to guide it over the inner ring, but finding the safe pair of hands of Christian Shallery, who took it low down 200. So the end of Simeon Gerson, caught Shallery bowl Alexander, and at the start of the 15th, the Sale Gros Islet Knights, they lose their 4th wicket.
Yes, good clever bowling there by Evan Alexander. It was short outside the awesome. Gerson thought he could have just helped the ball over the short-footed man fielder, but really was not given any pace to work with, and just guiding it into the hands of the fielder Christian Shallery, who gleefully accepted it. So a timely blow for the Sale Gros Islet Knights, but I think in comes Tyrell Chico, who certainly has the ability to continue the 6 hitting.
Indeed, we'll have to see how he fares here tonight. So Chico, who can hit a long ball, will want to maybe take a few deliveries to just assess things, or maybe he might look to tee off from the word go. He will face up to Alexander. So this is the 15th over, and he's got a really good platform to just about tee off from the word go. Let's see what he opts to do. 150 for 4 as Alexander moves in to Chico. Chico drives over the head of the jumping fielder at third man inside the circle, And away behind him for 4. Lesmo with the jump that was not successful. So from the evidence, it's, well, I'm going to tee off from the word go and strike at everything. 154 for 4. Chico off the mark.
Well, he was given that opportunity to, as we would say, throw the kitchen sink at this one. It was full, wide outside the Ostam, and certainly he threw everything at it, getting the fish outside the edge, but eluding the outstretched hand of Jamal Lesmo and getting himself 4 valuable runs.
3-man conversation at the end of the previous delivery. Alexander to Chico. Chico back, forcing it. This time finds Lesmo. Can't stop the single though. So 1 more to the total. 155 for 4. Chico goes to 5. Brings Edward back into strike. Edward is 45 from 33. Long off, long on. Deep extra cover, deep point. As short and wide, says umpire Manuel. So Edward playing and missing at a one that was short and wide. But his team gets the single. 156 for 4. Alexander again to Edward. Edward forward. Jamal Lesmo again in play. Doing the fielding, but not able to stop the single. 157 for 4. Edward goes to 44. And Chico, a red helmet, red pair of shoes, suggesting there's some danger in his stay at the crease. Short, looking to hook at it down the leg side. Wide call by the umpire, as Chico missed out on one that was wayward down the leg side. 158 for 4. Alexander wanting to stay away from the reach of the tall man Chico. He'll continue. 2 deliveries left in the over. Alexander to Chico. Chico hits that high. That's gone mightily. And that's going to clear the wall and go towards the cemetery. A big hit from Chico. As we look at it again, that was short and helped away. And that went very high, but importantly, it was long and very long, clearing the wall on the western side of the ground and taking Chico into double figures. 164 for 4. Another replacement ball from the umpires.
Well, if Evan Alexander did not know much about Tyrell Chico, he certainly would be getting the message very quickly, because Chico can hit a long ball, and this one, as you did indicate, went high and it went the distance as well, certainly into the cemetery. So Chico, we know, is a no-nonsense player when he gets going, and certainly the still Gros Islet Lights would hope that this two could perhaps bat out the remaining overs.
Indeed, it's gone quickly to 11. 11 from 3. This is over number 14. Babuno Leatherback struck up 253 in the previous game. How many can the Sale Gros Islet Knights get? Alexander to Chico. Chico pulls again for 6. Oh, that has gone just about the same distance. Not as high, but equally emphatic. And there was a flare about this one. It was short, and Chico was quickly onto it and smashing it for successive 6s to end a very productive 15th over. And short, and Chico enjoying himself here as he pushes quickly to 17. It's 170 for 4.
Yes, Claudius, the second six to me was more impressive than the first one. Just rocked back and deposited this one outside of the ground. So Tyrell Chico, certainly his brief stint at the crease there, he has provided some good excitement. 17 of just 4 deliveries, so they continue to pile on the pressure. Very expensive over, some 20 runs coming off the over of Alexander.
Yes, and quite disappointing for Mon Repos Pioneers because it started well with the wicket of Simeon Gerson. So 170 for 4. So the discussion between Gaston and McLean Sylvester. Some tall buildings there for the Sale Gros Islet Knights as they look to push on. About to see the start of over number 16.
Yeah.
Over number 16. So McLean Sylvester will move in, both to Edward. Edward looking to hoik that, or smash that towards long off, inside portion of the bat. Finding the ball going to mid wicket. GM Benjamin is there. No run, so the total stays on 170 for 4. Sylvester in his final over. To him, that smashed over, extra cover for 6. Oh, width provided and width capitalized upon as Tariq Edward brings up his 50. So 50 to Tariq Edward from 36 balls as the total goes to 176 for 4. Another powerfully struck maximum over the offside, Greg Wilson.
Yes, short and wide outside the off stump, really asking to be punished, and Tariq Edward really would not have wanted a second invitation. Beautiful way to bring up his 50. Like I said, he has been batting, blowing hot and cold out in the middle, but when he has executed some of those shots, they have really been delightfully played, Claudius.
Indeed. Yes, look good. And so it's 50 coming up. And quite impressive indeed. So Sylvester has also brought up his 50. So he comes into Edward. Edward hits that down to long on. Lesmo is there and keeps it down to 1. So the 6 that brought up the 50 for Tariq Edward also brought 50 for McLean Sylvester. 3 deliveries left in his spell. He's not for 53. Chico, 17 from 4, now in strike. Sylvester moving in to Chico. Chico drive down the ground, 6! Flat below us, maybe endangering the umpires below us. And another powerfully struck blow by Tyrell Chico in the slot. And meat and drink for the tall figure of Chico as he rushes to 23 and the total to 183 for 4.
That's certainly a little too easy there for Tyrell Chico.
Sylvester again to Chico. Chico is miscuing as the ball goes to Benjamin at mid wicket, and Sylvester produces a dot ball. Comes in again to Chico. Chico hits that high. Fielder coming off the deep mid wicket boundary. Natram takes the catch. Good catch. Chico looking to go for another maximum, miscuing. And Micah Natram, I should say, coming under it, composing himself and taking a good catch. So the end of Chico, a very breezy knock. Caught Natram, bowl McLean Sylvester, who completes his spell with the consolation wicket, finishing with 1 for 59 as we see the back of Chico 183 for 5 after the 16th over.
Yes, good breezy knock there by Tyrell Chico. Some 23 runs coming up, just 6 deliveries. So just what the doctor ordered, added a bit of impetus to the innings of the still Gros Islet Knights. But credit has to be given to young Natram under pressure there, taking a well-judged catch.
Indeed. Because Chico, when he hits them, they tend to go very high. And so he had to wait quite a bit for that to come down. But he was well positioned and taking it nicely. So Lee John replaces Chico with 4 overs remaining in the innings. Greg Wilson, put on your projection cap. How much you think the SPL Gros Islet Knights are going to get?
I found you took a bit long to ask me to make a prediction, Claudius. And it's always I'm the one making the prediction, not you. With 4 overs left.
That's your job, according to Andrew Mason. That's what you've been paid for.
I think with 4 overs remaining, I reckon 135.
You mean 235?
245, sorry.
235. Let's put that down, Greg Wilson. 235. I think last night you
I was
got
shot by
close.
5.
You're
I said 190, they got to 185.
Okay, so you say 235. Zanaki Louis to start the 17th. That's hit down too long off. Gaston is there. We'll keep it down to the single. 52nd run for Tariq Edward. 184 for 5. Louis in his final over. 2 for 41. Lee John will take strike. Louis will go round the wicket. Can John get into the boundary hitting business? He needs to. If not, many overs left. Louis looking to keep things tight. To John. John smashes that. That's gone big. That's gone long. That's gone over long on. And that has cleared the wall as well. My oh my. What a strike in the slot. And Lee John with a big backlift with an equally big follow through. Smashing the ball out of the park. All the way for 6. 190 now for 5.
I think Lee John did answer your question immediately. You are asking whether he has the ability to clear, and one thing we have to take into consideration, Claudius, this is the home ground for most of these guys, so they are training on this wicket. They know this wicket like the back of their hands, so it's no surprising that they're able to clear the boundary with such regularity.
Very much so. Louis under pressure goes over the wicket to John. Comes in again. John, full toss, miscue, down to long on. Oh, put down. Oh. Was the offender there? 200. Wasn't that difficult? Looked like number 6. Who was that?
Cody Lesmore.
Cody Lesmore. Oh. It wasn't a difficult chance. Should have taken that. Lee John gets alive. Goes to 7. 191 for 5. Louis now to Edward. Edward hits that over long off. Oh, top stroke. 6. Oh, that went sailing over the head of Keon Gaston.
Went out of the ground.
And, well, maybe hitting the wall. I think it stayed inside, but well over the boundary. As Tariq Edward goes to 58. Inside out. That's a top stroke.
Went out of the ground, Claudia. The ball has not come back into play.
And yes, I think on the evidence of the replay, clearing the wall at long off. A lovely stroke from Tariq Edward. 6. Taking him to 58 and 197 for 5.
Yes, beautiful shot indeed. I think in all the shots we have seen him play for this evening, I think this one I would rank it as the number 1 shot, Claudius.
Yes, and hitting against the turn, the off spinner. So he had to sort of open up and executed it delightfully and getting full value for the stroke. So 197, as we said. So 58 is gone to. And we've still got 2 deliveries left in the over.
Yes, so that's all the making of a very big over. Zanaki Louis, second bowler to register a half century.
Yes, indeed. Not
Ball
for
is
2 for 54 now.
off his 3.4 overs.
So it could be worst for Louis. Still 2 deliveries left. And from the manner in which they are going, they can both disappear. Louis to Edward. Edward hits that. Where's that gone? 4-4 through the extra cover region. It went along the ground and away from the fielder inside the circle, away from the sweeper. And 62 now to Tariq Edward. 62 to Tariq Edward. And 200 coming up. So 201 for 5. Edward really motoring along now.
Well, it's a well-calculated innings there by Tariq Edward.
It's pushed his strike rate to 155. So 200 coming up. This is the 17th over. Edward hits that. 6! Again over long off. Oh, Tariq Edward. You're enjoying this.
24
An
runs of the innings.
expensive over. 24 coming from it. The 17th completed. Tariq Edward has rushed to 68. And poor Zanaki Louis. He goes away with 2 for 64 from his 4 overs.
Yes, certainly a very expensive spell there by Zanaki Louis. He did pick up 2 early wickets, but certainly in the last few overs, Claudius, we were seeing the Manhattans really picking up, and it's a very ominous sign there for the Pioneers if Tariq Edward remains on for the duration of the innings.
And talking about the Manhattan, the 17th building, the biggest of them all. 24. And, well, this is going to be a big chase for the Pioneers. It's already over 200. And it can get progressively worse. So 3 overs left in the innings. Well, Greg Wilson, you said 235.
Yeah, I'm just saying to myself that they may very well go past.
235, that's in danger, my brother. 207 for 5 with 18 deliveries left. Lee John. 7 from 2. He'll be in strike. Christian Shalry. To him. John gets a good delivery. Doesn't have room to freeze arms. And just punching away for the single. In fact, Christian Shalry has been very economical.
Yes, first 2 overs, you only considered 5 runs.
Yes.
This is the 6th run they scored up.
So 5 from his first 2. And can he keep that economy for the rest of the innings? Short and looking to hook at it, missing. Emmanuel also misses behind the stumps. And it goes behind him for 4 byes, says umpire McVeigh. 212 now for 5.
This was a very sharp delivery there. So was there any communication between bowler and keeper?
Well, not sure. But Emmanuel has the helmet on. Behind the stumps, Shalry to Edward. Edward full toss, hits that long. That's a mighty hit over long off. Oh my, oh my. That one was a loose one from Shalry. And Tariq Edward has smashed that somehow. High and long. And it's unusual for a high full toss to be hit so high. But Tariq Edward was able to launch that. And it had height, it had distance. And it was one of the biggest maximums we have seen as he goes to 74. And the total 218 224.45.
I think Christian Shari perhaps was thinking of looking for a Yorker, and it certainly turned out to be a juicy full toss. But looking at the rate at which Tariq Edward is scoring, Claudius, a further 26 runs would get him to a century, and there's certainly enough time to do so.
Shalry moves in to Edward. Edward turns it away nicely. Out towards long on. They'll be thinking of the second. It's picked up. Edward has to come. Good, it does, to the non-striker's end. In fact, it's John coming to the non-striker's end. And they take two as Edward goes to 76. It'll be interesting if we can just get the boundary count for Tariq Edward. He's 24 away from 100, and I think he's got enough balls to get there. Can he keep his nerve? Clipped away over the head of the backward square leg and into the boundary for 4, taking Edward to 80, and the total 224 for 5. The boundary count for Tariq Edward.
Continue with his boundary.
7 sixes and 4 fours. 7 sixes and 4 fours for Tariq Edward as he goes to 80 with that boundary. 224 for 5 in the 18th over. And Edward just holding up Shalry.
So 58 of the 80 runs has come in boundaries.
Shalry moving in to Edward. Edward gets a short delivery and plays it away into the offside for a single. That completes the 18th over and will put him on strike for the start of the 19th. He's 81 from 46, and Sale Gros Islet Knights, they are 225 for 5.
So the most expensive over completed by Christian Shalry.
How many came off of it?
Somewhat.
14. 14 coming off of it. So,
well, 14 off the bat, but 18 in total.
18 in all. Tall buildings still in place for the Sale Gros Islet Knights. And this has been a very productive day at the Francis Baba Lastic ground. Babuno Leatherbacks rattling up 253 in game number 4. In game number 5, this one, Sale Gros Islet Knights at 225 for 5, still with 2 overs to go. As Evan Alexander starts the 19th. He's also been expensive. His 3 overs have gone for 41.
So possibility of a third bowler going for a half century?
Yes, you expect that with totals of close to 250. Alexander to Tariq Edward gets wide. Doesn't play at it and doesn't run for the potential run. Lee John wanted it. Tariq Edward is having none of it because he recognizes he's close to the 100. Perhaps he doesn't even know his exact score. Yes, he does. It's on the board way at the far end. So he's 81. As Alexander to him. Edward, top edge, will go over the head of the third man. One bounce into the boundary. Third man inside the circle. Jamal Lesmore, no opportunity to get to that. As it goes for 4. Taking Tariq Edward to 85. There was width. And Tariq Edward throwing the kitchen sink and perhaps the whole kitchen at it. And it's peeled off the outside edge and went for 4. 85 he is, 230 for 5. Alexander moves in. Edward, full toss, smashes it high, long, big, 6 of a long on. Oh, that has gone out of the park. A poor delivery and smashed by Tariq Edward, taking him into the 90s. Gone to 91 with his 8th maximum as the Sale Gros Islet Knights go to 236. Another ball change.
Well, they have gone past my predicted score. Certainly, Tariq Edward is putting on an exhibition of ball hitting there for us. This one, full toss outside the awesome, was just below the waist line. And this one went a long way for 6.
And I think Tariq Edward there looking for the no ball call, saying, Amps, I think that was above waist height. I think the umpire's not agreeing. And so it will stay as a legitimate delivery. So no free hit for Tariq Edward, who is now 9 runs away from 100.
But Claudius,
And
just a quick
236
observation.
for 5.
Just a quick observation. In the last 7 overs, the SPL Gros Islet Knights, they have scored 122 runs.
My word. That has been, we have seen some serious ball striking. And not surprising that we are breathing down the neck of 250. So Greg Wilson's 235 has been eclipsed. I need a revised projection from you, Greg Wilson. Alexander to Edward. Edward turns it away. 6 runs. My word, what a stroke. Woo. He got inside of it and somehow with very quick hands, he just dismissed the ball from his presence. And that went sailing over the square leg boundary for 6. What a stroke. How do you describe that, Greg Wilson?
Well, honestly, Claudius, I am not even too sure how I could describe it. For a minute, I thought he was just going to turn the ball off the pad, and it looked like with the risk, he just flicked the ball, and it went over the fence.
My word, supreme timing, because it was one that sort of tucked him up, but he was able to somehow get the hands across the line of the ball, find the sweet bread of the bat, and that went sailing over the square leg boundary for 6. His 9th maximum takes him to within 3 of his 100, and this has been a top knock from Tariq Edward. Well, we said he was hot and cold, he was fluctuating, but certainly over the past, well, his last 60 or so runs has been absolutely sublime stuff. Replacement ball being brought out midway in the 19th over. Tariq Edward 3 away from 100. Alexander moves in. Edward drives for 6. Will that go? Yes, 6. That's the 100. He punches the air in jubilation. And what a knock from Tariq Edward. Raises his 100 with his 10th maximum, slashing one that was wide and tantalizingly so over the head of the man at deep third man or deep backward point. He was not able to come across, the ball sailing over his head, and Tariq Edward getting to his 100, and we'll give you his figures. 103 he is with 103 for Tariq Edward. It has come off
50 deliveries.
50 deliveries, and the boundary count for him 10 sixes and 5 fours. So 10 sixes and 5 fours for Tariq Edward. What a knock, Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly one of the best we have seen so far in the competition, although this is just the 4th game, but certainly a delightful 100. I think one for the ages to remember.
Alexander moves in. Edward, top edge, 6 over third man. My word. Oh, it's just raining 6s there from the bat of Tariq Edward. And, well, 4 consecutive 6s. And Evan Alexander is absolute carnage here, because
he has gone for 29
he
runs.
has gone for 29 in the over. Still 1 delivery left as Tariq Edward rushes to 109. His 11th maximum. Oh, it has just gone absolutely horrible for the Mon Repos Pioneers. Just total carnage from the bat of Tariq Edward. 1 delivery left in the 19th. Evan Alexander. Can he bowl a dot ball? Moves into Edward. Edward looking to whip that. Is big appeal coming from Alexander. And no response from the umpire. So Evan Alexander ends his spell. Very expensive. 71 from his 4 overs. Tariq Edward completing the 19th on 110 from 52 balls. 11 sixes and 4 fours. It's been a knock of just tremendous destruction, Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly, Claudius. This last over, some 40 runs came up the over. So as I was telling you, so we look at the last 8 overs. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, the last 8 overs, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they have conceded 152 runs in 8 overs.
Wow. Wow. It's been just utter destruction. In all of this excitement of 6-16, the 250 came up. Christian Charlery with the final over. Balls to Edward. Edward hits that. Where's that gone? A miscue into the offside. Craig Emmanuel is there and they take 1. 111 now to Tariq Edward. 256 for 5. Knights have gone at a phenomenal rate of 13.56. Charlery in the final over will bowl to Lee John. John hits that for 6 over mid-wicket. Sends the dancers scattering away in front of the Alton Crafton stand. And the maximums just continue here at the Francis Baba Lastic ground. Lee John opening up and smashing a length delivery over mid-wicket for 6. 262 for 5. And, well, this is one of the biggest totals, if not the biggest total we have seen in the 6th year of this SPL. We can have that checked for you. But 262, Greg Wilson, you have been around for maybe all of the 6 years. I'm not sure if you can remember a higher total.
Not at all, Claudius.
262 for 5. It can get yet bigger because there are 4 deliveries left in the innings. Another 6 over cow corner.
Goodness.
Oh, that has gone from the bat of Lee John again. This time it was outside the off stump. And Lee John, a bit of a slog sweep, you might say. And that has gone towards the Gros Islet Primary School, clearing the wall, the perimeter wall at the Francis Baba Lastic ground, and endangering the packed vehicles out there.
I was just about to say that, Claudius. I think a vehicle might very well be in trouble.
268 for 5. And one of the interesting statistics would be the 6 count of the innings. We can probably try and get that for you at the end of the innings. The number of 6s we have had been quite a few. Tariq Edward has smashed 11. And Lee John, well, he has smashed the last 2 balls for 6. 268 for 5. 3 deliveries left in the innings. Charlery moving in. Lee John opening up 6 again. Oh my, what a delightful stroke from Lee John. He was inside of that from outside the off stump and just sort of scooped or paddled that over backward square leg. And this is the 3rd successive 6. And my word, this is high quality stuff, Greg Wilson.
Yes,
and
indeed.
you know, we do have to make the point that this is quality stuff.
Yes.
3 consecutive 6s. 2 deliveries left in the over. Christian Charlery under the pump. He comes into Lee John. John smashes that. Oh, good stop by Charlery.
A dot ball.
A dot ball. It's been a rare commodity in this innings. And the series of 6s being interrupted. 1 delivery left in the innings. It's a monumental 274 for 5. Shalry comes into Legion, who backs away and tries to scoop and paddle once the wide, but nothing doing from umpire Cuthbert McVeigh, who have had enough exercise in signaling sixes. He says that's that. That's the innings. 274 for 5, with Legion finishing on 26 from 8. Not out. Tariq Edward, 111 not out, with some 50 odd deliveries, and it's been just an absolute massacre by the Gros Islet Knights. 274 for 5 at an astronomical rate of 15.7?
No, 13.7.
13.7. Greg Wilson,
3, 4, 5, 6,
have you
7, 8,
seen
9.
more aggressive batting like this locally in your lifetime?
Certainly not, Claudius. I think it's just phenomenal what we have just witnessed out there this evening. And I'm going to give you some statistics that I'm certain might even shock you. Just looking at the scorecard quickly. Timothy Melius, 19 from 11. John Goodman, 15 from 10. Tariq Edward, 111 from 53 deliveries. 111 not out. Dylan Douglas had a fiery 40 from 16. Simeon Gerson, good contribution from me again. 29 from 15. Tyrell Chico, breezy 23 from 7. And then you had Legion, 26 from just 8. So basically all the batters contributed after the fall of the two openers. It was really carnage on the part of every batsman to follow. But like I said, Claudius, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The last 9 overs. Guess how many runs Mon Repos considered?
160?
171 runs in 9 overs. So certainly it was real carnage.
171.
171 in the last 9 overs.
That's at 19 runs per over.
So you're looking at from
So
the
19 runs per over. In fact, and I was asking for the 6 count. We have just gotten it 28 sixes in the innings.
oh,
Quite amazing indeed. Just let's give you just a graphical presentation of the runs per over to just give you an indication. And you can just see the latter half of the innings, Greg, as you spoke about.
yeah, from the 12th
from
over.
the 12th over.
Yeah, so from the
It's
12th
just
over
been-
it went 18, 18, 11, 20, 14, 24, 18, 30 and 19.
Yes, it's been an absolute treat to the crowd that has come out here at the Francis Baba Lastic ground. Well, an opportunity for us to take a break after all this excitement. We'll take a break as we are at the innings break, and we will come back with the reply. Really a tall order for the Mon Repos Pioneers. They need to score at just under 16 runs per over to get to that total of 276. We'll be back in a few minutes for the chase. And we are back. So the chase getting ready. So we are back with the chase. 275 is the target, because the Sale Gros Islet Knights rattled up 274 for 5 as the two openers are out, Gian Benjamin and Sabinus Emmanuel. So Benjamin, the overseas player, and Sabinus Emmanuel, they have their work cut out for them. 275 they need to go at, and it is not going to be an easy task. Greg Wilson, you are an opener. How would you go about achieving this 275 target?
Well, Claudius, at this stage, you have to go from ball one. I don't even think you need a sighter.
Well, you have seen how it was playing in the first innings, so
Precisely.
that's your cue. So it's going to be Tyrell Chico, and he'll bowl to Sabinus Emmanuel. First delivery of the chase, and Chico doesn't bowl. Now in Sabinus Emmanuel, the Mon Repos Pioneers have the sort of player that can give them that impetus. He's a ball striker. He's got a range of strokes, 360, and he needs to tee off, and he needs to bat for a number of overs to give Mon Repos Pioneers any chance of getting close to that target.
Yes, certainly one would hope that he would be there between the 10th and the 15th over still.
Chico, first delivery to Emmanuel, who is inside edge. Ooh, there's a bit of misunderstanding. Benjamin almost getting himself run out at the non-striker's end, but it's a no ball. So Mon Repos get off the mark with the single, well, with the extra, and Sabinus Emmanuel gets a free hit, second delivery being bowled to him.
Yes, certainly I think good way for Sabinus to open the account to get a free hit. So you have the luxury of really looking to go big.
So solitary slip in Melius. Chico to Emmanuel. Emmanuel gets another no ball. So the free hit remains. Pretty quick delivery. Emmanuel is not a tall man. That went flashing past him about shoulder height. Ashton Alexander taking it about head height because it was traveling. The two men out, long leg and deep backward square leg. 1-2 in fact, without loss. Still a free hit. Chico to Sabinus Emmanuel. Emmanuel hits that. That has gone to backward square leg. The fielder, Tariq Edward, gets his body in behind it. And Cyril completing the fielding with the throw in. Emmanuel not getting hold of the free hit, just getting one. As the total goes to 3. Benjamin, the diminutive Dominican, the overseas player, comes in to strike. Greg Wilson, I have a question for you. Who's the taller of the two openers?
Taller?
Yes.
No, I think he's shortest. You can't use height in terms of tall for two short men.
Two short men indeed. It's difficult to say who's shorter or who's taller. They're about the same height.
I think Benjamin is shorter.
Benjamin is shorter?
Yes.
He's in strike. Chico moves in, bowls to Benjamin. Benjamin gets one that has him tucked up and can't score. It's hit him high up on the pad and picked up by a very energetic set of Knights. They are cock-a-hoop. They're on top. They've got a big total to defend. And so dot ball to Chico. 3 without loss. Chico from the northern end. He'll bowl to Gian Benjamin. Chico round the wicket to Benjamin. Benjamin pulls, partially stopped by Jones at mid-wicket. And Darvin Ford firing the return in. 1 to Benjamin, who's off the mark. 4 without loss. Chico getting away with the free hits and keeping things relatively quiet. Just the 2 singles and then 2 no balls to start the innings. Emmanuel in strike. Chico round the wicket to Emmanuel. Emmanuel drives, doesn't get hold of it. The fielder is coming around it. Dylan Douglas takes a diving catch, tumbling away. End of Sabinas Emmanuel. Oh, a very important dismissal. Emmanuel looking to smash away at Chico, miscuing. And from inside the circle, from mid-off, had to run towards extra cover. And keeping his composure nicely, Douglas, and taking the catch to signal the end of Sabinas Emmanuel. Caught Douglas, bowled Chico for 1. And in the first over, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they lose the important wicket of Sabinas Emmanuel. They are 4 for 1.
Yes, a big body blow struck there to the Pioneers. As we look at the replay, shot outside the awesome. Really difficult to play at this one. The ball took the outer portion of the bat, but good catch there by Dylan Douglas. He had to move at least 25 meters there across, but most importantly, you could have seen his eyes following the ball right through, and then he held on to it. So a good breakthrough there for the SPL Gros Islet Knights to see the back of the dangerous Sabinas Emmanuel.
As the new batter, Micah Natrum, comes out. And Emmanuel there, Greg, maybe looking, perhaps should have gone a bit straighter. Ball taking the outer part of the bat.
No, I think with the ball going away, I thought he
or maybe he should have gone square.
He should have gone square. Okay. Point backward, point footman region, because the ball was already going away from him.
Yes. So the miscue producing the catch. So the end of Emmanuel. Natrum to face his first delivery. Short top edge over the keeper, over the slips, and hitting the boundary rope. The umpire signaling 4, but I think that's going to change, yes. So umpire McVeigh just confirming there to umpire Emmanuel that it had actually hit the rope. And so that is actually 6 to Natrum. Top edge, flying over the slip and going for a maximum. So he's off the mark. 10 for 1. We are still in the first over. We have had lots of action. This is still the first over. Chico to Natrum. Natrum turns that fine. 4 runs. Does that come off the thigh pad? Yes. No bat on that, but the boundary nonetheless. To complete the over. And to take the total to 14 without loss.
14 for 1.
Correction, 14 for 1. A very eventful over indeed.
Yes, eventful indeed, Claudius. The SPL Gros Islet Knights in the back of one of the key batters for the Mon Repos Pioneers in the person of Sabinas Emmanuel. But one must say that Tyrell Chico was really running in and was really firing. So you could understand he had a very busy knock out there, and with the sort of scores that his team has on the board, he has every reason to really run in hard.
Indeed, he was really motoring in. Davin Ford, number 17, will be the man to bowl the 17 for, the second over. He's got number 17 on his back. A man who's also a track athlete at the school level. Can he bring his athleticism to the fore? He's up against the left-handed Gian Benjamin. Start of over number 2. Benjamin is back and plays defensively. So there's no run. So Ford Being entrusted with the new ball. 275 is the target. And if for any reason you're just joining us, well, that's on the back of an innings list with 28 sixes by the Knights. Ford comes into Benjamin. Benjamin pulls out towards mid-on. We'll get the single as Lee John is across to his left. Benjamin gets his second run. Takes the total to 15 for 1. The 274 by the Knights, buttressed by a destructive knock of 111 from Tariq Edward. 52 balls, 11 sixes, 4 fours. 111 not out. Ford moves into Natrum. Natrum pulls for 6. Over square leg, short and taking up the challenge and hoiking that away, and definitely showing that he's up for the challenge. And nice to see the young opener getting inside of it, Greg Wilson, swiveling and getting in good position and smashing the short ball away for 6.
Yes,
he goes to 12. It's 21 without loss.
Yes,
21 for 1.
12 with just 3 deliveries, but it was a good execution there by Natrum.
Ford to Natrum. Natrum drives out a portion of the bat. Good stop by diving Melius, getting the left hand to it. It was along the ground. It was traveling. And so one more to Natrum, taking him to 13. 22 for 1.
Yes, Natrum certainly coming out there with a very positive intent. We see him deposited one, a short delivery got from Ford in the mid-wicket region. So certainly, as you did indicate, he's up for the challenge. He has gotten 2 boundaries. The first one was fortuitous, but he coming out there with
Ford now to Benjamin. Benjamin hits that. It doesn't get hold of it. Chico is under it and takes a comfortable catch on the edge of the circle at extra cover. And the Knights go jumping away in celebration as another Mon Repos Panes batsman perishes. Outside the off stump, looking to make room, and almost a similar type dismissal to Sabinus Emmanuel, being caught on the edge of the circle. This time it's Chico taking the catch to bring about the end of Gian Benjamin. Caught Chico, bowl Ford, and in the second over it's 22 for 2.
yes, the pressure really is coming to bear on the batters. They really looking. Gian Benjamin on this occasion was looking to play inside out shot and really getting the toe end of the bat. And Tyrell Chico moving around to his right smartly and just taking a catch outside of the edge of the 40-yard circle. So the Mon Repos Pioneers certainly not the sort of start that they would have wanted. Both openers are back in the hut with just 22 runs on the board.
So Keon Gaston, the Pioneers captain, comes out at number 4, and he's got a lot of work to do. We didn't see him with the ball. It will back himself with the bat. Ford will come into him first delivery. Inside edge. And going to mid-wicket. No run. So 2 early strikes here by the Knights, with the dismissal of the 2. The second over completed. 22 for 2 is the score.
Yes, so good first over there by Davin Ford, getting the wicket of Gian Benjamin. So the 2 opening bowlers both striking in the very first over. So just what the doctor would have ordered for the still Gros Islet Knights.
And exactly what the doctor didn't order for the Mon Repos Pioneers.
Yes.
Chico. will come in for over number 3. Micah Natrum will be in strike. He's 13 from 4. And he'll face Chico. Deep third and deep point, the 2 out. Wide slip in Lee John being posted. You can even call him a fine gully. Chico moving into Natrum. Natrum hits that over the infield. It will go safely out towards the sweeper. Tariq Edward. Just a single. As the total inches along to 23 for 2. Keon Gaston is taking his guard. Well, he has to play a blinder if his side are going to have any chance of getting close to that target. Gaston with that elbow injury that he's nursing, so we didn't see him with the ball. Needs to get that elbow working with some ball striking. Cyril being put in the exact position at third man. Chico comes into Gaston. Gaston turns it away nicely to get off the mark, but just for a single. Goodman picking up to his left at mid-wicket. One more to the total as the Pioneers captain gets off the mark. 24 for 2. This is the third over. Mon Repos Pioneers currently striking at 10.29. They need a lot more than that. Cyril being sent to his left, to his right, and all over the place. He's at third man. Chico comes into Natrum. Natrum, fine tickle, 4 runs, looking to hook at it. There's bat involved. And so umpire Manuel signaling. So Natrum continuing to be positive, going on well with the boundary. 18 from 6, the total going to 28 for 2.
Yes, this last delivery just angling down the leg side. Natrum was perhaps looking to deposit this one in the square leg region, but fortunate enough, he got on the edge and it went down to the vacant long leg boundary for 4.
Chico again to Natrum. Natrum hooks that. That's gone big. That's gone long. It's gone over the wall at square leg. And no ball from Chico. So overstepping as he's gone with the effort delivery, banging it short. But Micah Natrum has been very impressive against the short ball, getting into position and taking on the short ball challenge and hitting that over the wall at square leg for 6.
Well,
ball change number 1 in this innings.
Well, certainly he has just dished out a bit of Chico's own medicine to him. So Chico, we saw a number of balls in a short stint at the crease disappeared out of the over the wall, and Micah Natrum, get into position very quickly and deposited this one towards the cemetery area. So good fight there, good counter attack by Natrum.
Indeed, with the no ball, now a free hit to Natrum, who's driving back past Chico, will get a single as
another no ball.
Long off comes in, but it's another no ball. And so 2 to the total with the run, but the free hit remains. So Keon Gaston now coming in to strike has an opportunity to go big. And he can do so with license because cannot be out in the usual fashion. And so he'd want to take advantage and get his innings going. Field change because the batsmen change. Deep square leg in Goodman. And deep third, the 2 out now. Change now. Cyril now being brought in the circle. and long on posted. Chico to Gaston. Gaston smashes it but doesn't get hold of it. Goes along the ground to the long on fielder, who throws a good one back into Alexander. So only one coming off the free hit. Gaston missing out on a boundary opportunity there.
Well, actually, both batters have missed out. Remember the first free hit, Nitram was the one on strike. He got a single, and then Gaston came on strike for the last delivery, which was a free hit again. So opportunity gonna begin for both batters.
38 for 2. 2 legitimate deliveries left in the third over. Chico will bowl to Natrom. Natrom turns it away but finds mid-wicket. And they'll get the single now because an unnecessary rapid throw from Lee John eluding Ashton Alexander, allowing the single. Cyril backing up on the offside. One more to the total, 39 for 2. Chico now bowl to Gaston. Gaston 2 from 3. Chico with that long run from beyond the 30-yard circle will come into Gaston. Down the leg side, play and a miss by Gaston, wide call. Chico perhaps looking for the Yorker and missing.
Chico a bit on the expensive side, Claudius. 28 of just 1.5 overs.
Yes. Has been aggressive looking for wickets, but Natram has not been shy. Gaston in strike though. Chico to Gaston. Down the leg side again. Ashton Alexander doesn't take cleanly, but it's another wide. Chico 2 straight there. And being penalized, the score going along. 41 for 2. 1 legitimate delivery left in the third. As Chico is into the pads, that general area. He turns and will run in again to Keon Gaston, who drives nicely but straight to the fielder at extra cover. Nice crisp sound coming from that. Good timing, but straight to Tariq Edward, who fielded nicely. So the end of the over, the third of the innings. 41 for 2. Mon Repos Pioneers in search of 275.
Yes, the Pioneers certainly a long way away from that mammoth total of 275. But at this very same stage, Claudius, there's probably some good hope for them. Their worm is just slightly ahead of the still Gros Islet worm. So who knows what can happen? But the sort of innings that we saw from the like of Tariq Edward and Tyrell Chico, somebody would have to replicate that sort of an innings.
And even Lee John cashed in as well. So at this stage, it's just about even Stevens. But obviously, there was a rapid acceleration by Gros Islet Knights in the latter half of the innings, of their innings. Ford starts the 4th over. Balls to Natram. Natram drives out towards extra cover. They take 1. Lee John completing the fielding just beyond the 30-yard circle. 1 more to the total. It's 42 for 2. As Gaston comes into strike. Ford to Gaston. Gaston is a little bit of a bother as he looks to push that maybe high up on the splice back towards Ford. And no run happening there. Stays at 42 for 2.
Slow going there by the captain. He has faced some 5 deliveries. One missing is just 5, but considering the task at hand, he certainly needs to get a move on.
Indeed. Ford moving into Gaston. Gaston pulls that away for 6 over backward square leg. And perhaps exactly what he needs to get going. Nice flurry of the bat there, getting inside of it and just helping it away. And going all the way over backward square leg for 6. Good stroke from the all-rounder, getting inside of it and helping it away nicely.
Yes, certainly this one was angling down the leg side. All he needed to do was just put some bat to ball. And that he did admirably for 6.
He's 8-48 for 2. Ford again to Gaston. Gaston hits that away out along the ground. The fielder is there and fields well. Tariq Edward low return in to the keeper as Gaston gets his 9th run, pushing the total to 49 for 2. Natrum, 27 from 10, comes in to strike. So in the 4th over, a power play very much on. Ford to Natrum, gets a wide, maybe pace off delivery, and therefore missing outside the off stump into the gloves of Alexander.
Yeah, good variation there from Davin Ford. Wide delivery outside the off stump really took a bit of pace off it.
Ford again to Natrum. Natrum drives over the infield. One bounce to the sweeper. Gerson gets a quick return back in, low down. 1 to the total. End of the over. The 4th of the innings. 50 coming up. 50 for 2. Mon Repos Credit Union. Mon Repos Pioneers scoring at 12.50.
Yes, 50 coming in the 4th over. So they actually scoring faster than the still Gros Islet Knights. Gros Islet's 50 came in 5.1 over, Claudius. And they've gotten their 50 in the 4th over. So they actually outscoring Gros Islet Knights.
Yeah, in fact, we were making the point that with the loss of Goodman and Melius early on, and Tariq Edward, who came in at 3, struggling in the initial part of his innings, it's not surprising that the Pioneers are actually ahead of them at a similar stage. Wow. So there's still hope for the Pioneers.
Yes, after 4 overs, the still Gros Islet Knights, they were 38 for 2. So they have gone 12 runs better.
Bowling change. Jodel Cyril is into the attack. Bowls down the leg side and starts with a no ball. Ball coming off the pad as Natrum missing out. So 1 more, 2 more to the total. 51, or is it 53? 52? Cyril now having a free hit to deal with. Will bowl to Gaston. Gaston down the track. Is that big and long? That's gone massively out of the park. That's a huge hit. That has gone as high as the pylon out towards the northwestern part of the ground, and that has gone towards the cemetery, completely out of the ground. A big hit from Gaston, and that has really hurt Jodel Cyril. No ball, then followed by the free hit, and then smashed out of the ground for 6. Gaston going to 15.
So certainly third time lucky. That's the third no ball, and on this occasion he got the maximum out of it. Like you said, that's a huge 6, actually went above the pile.
Yes, in fact, this is one of the biggest hits we have seen in the innings. There were 28 in the first innings, but this one from Gaston is a big one.
It had height and distance.
Absolutely. That went a long way. So Jardel Cyril being greeted by this massive blow. 58 for 2. Cyril comes into Gaston. Gaston smashes that. That's gone up towards long off. Long off coming around. Chico. Oh, well, what happened there? He has thrown it back. Yes. Or was that another free hit?
Yeah.
So the 6 was another no ball?
Apparently.
Oh, okay. So that was another free hit. Caught by Chico, but of course not counting. As he got it back in for the run out, which is of course on with the free hit. And total 60 for 2. Jardel Cyril, one legitimate ball, has conceded 10. He'll come in again to Gaston, who plays it away down to third man for 4. Away from Jones at backward point and into the boundary for 4. So an erratic start from Jardel Cyril as the total pushes on to 64 for 2.
Yes, good ball striking there by Keon Gaston. In the last few deliveries, in this over in particular, we have seen him play quite a few delightful shots.
As Jardel Cyril comes in, bowls 2, and again 4 runs. Almost identical situation.
And a no ball again.
Another no ball. And it's going horribly wrong here for Jardel Cyril.
They put in this cup for Micah all the time. Yeah.
So 69 for 2 as Gaston really taking advantage of some poor stuff from Jardel Cyril, and it's gone to 69 for 2. So Gaston really cashing in. Cyril moving in to Gaston. Gaston down the track, a play and a miss outside the off stump. And finally a dot ball recorded by Cyril. So this has not been a good start from the tall pace bowler.
Certainly not. I think Tyrell Chico struggled from the northern end, and Cyril has struggled even more than Tyrell.
So midway in the 5th over. Cyril continuing. Balls to Gaston. Gaston plays it away into the offside. Melius can't cut it off, and so will not prevent the single as Gaston gets 1. And the total going to 70. Just have to make an adjustment in the individual scores there of the batters. But the total is right on the ball. 70 for 2. Cyril moving in this time to Natrum. Natrum, a swing and a miss. Outside the off stump, it's a little wide. And so dot ball recorded. Jardel Cyril having problems with the front crease. Cyril moving in to Natrum. Natrum hits that down to long off and caught. Mid off, in fact. The ball being caught by Chico on the edge of the circle. So the end of Natrum looking to smash the ball over long off, missing. And success to Jadel Cyril, finally.
Yeah, that was
So
a
the
relative,
third wicket going down for the
a
Pirates.
relatively soft dismissal, Claudius. Shot outside the off stump. That could have gone almost anywhere. And he played a horizontal bat, but actually, even with that shot, he should have gone aerial. But when really flat batted shot straight to the mid-rib of Tyrell Chico. So at the end, it was really an anticlimax, a very soft dismissal.
Yes. I would have opted to go towards mid-wicket with that.
Yeah, that could have gone almost anywhere. But the still Gros Islet Knights, they would be happy to see the back of Netram, because he did show that he had the inclination to take on the short ball, and he did play a few delightful shots while he was out in the middle. But a timely breakthrough there, because the still Gros Islet Knights, when you make the comparison, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are ahead of them at this very same stage.
As the new batter is Christian Charlery, number 4, and a former captain of the Mon Repos Pioneers. He will have to make a solid contribution, as they have now lost the third wicket. So Cyril picking up a wicket in the over. 71 for 3 it is. As he will come into Charlery. So hits that over the head of the inner ring and out towards the boundary at extra cover for 4. So short and wide and smashed over the head of the inner ring and out towards the boundary for 4. So a very ragged or sort of an up and down over from Cyril comes to an end, with the boundary taking the total to 75 for 3. And we have had, what, 4 overs?
5 overs completed.
5 overs completed.
So, we're looking at making a quick comparison, Claudius. The Pioneers, 75 for 3. The Grizzlies, they were 48 after 5, but they had lost just 1 wicket less. So, actually, when you look at the batting, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are very much ahead, but can they really sustain that sort of scoring?
So, over number 6, the final one of the power play. Now being started.
Look like Dylan Douglas
And
into
it's
the
going
attack.
to be Dylan Douglas. Short. Attempt to pull. It will fall safely. As Tariq Edward elects to take it on the bounce from the mid-wicket boundary. Gaston gets an additional run. So Douglas, with the total going to 76 for 3, will now come through the crease, the bowl to Charlery. Charlery facing his second delivery. Douglas to Charlery. Charlery goes forward and just blocks that. Almost in the crease. Douglas to Charlery. Charlery turns it into the forward square position and getting the single. '77. Driven into the offside. Jones picks up on the bounce as Gaston gets another run, taking the total to 78. 78 for 3. This is the 6th over. Douglas this time to Charlery. Charlery is back, but can only defend as he plays it back to Douglas. Dot ball. Douglas again to Shalry. Oh, interesting delivery. Douglas delivered that outside of the box. And looking to outfox Shalry and getting the result of a dot ball to complete the over and the power play. So at the end of 6, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are 78 for 3. The target is 275.
Yeah, so at this very similar stage, the SPL Gros Islet Knights, they would have been 68 for the loss of 2. So certainly the Pioneers, they are still in with the likes of what we have seen from Keon Gaston. We know what Christian Shalry is capable of doing. So like they always say, come every hour, come up the man. So I think they couldn't want a better situation to really show off what they're capable of. And we know it's a very fast outfield. The wicket is playing good, so everything is set for them to play the sort of explosive inning that we know that they're capable of doing.
Over number 7. About to be started. Leg spin from Isaiah Jones. Gaston hits that out of the park for 6. Short, long hop, a drag down, first one from the leg spinner. And Gaston quickly onto it, smashing it away over the mid-wicket cow corner region for 6. Take the total to 83.
84.
83 for 84?
Oh yeah, it was 78.
84, correction. 84 for 3. And a very aggressive greeting to Isaiah Jones, the leg spinner.
Yes, very much so. It was a ranked long hop. And certainly it was begging for that treatment. And for the second time we've seen Gaston deposited one in that wide, long on region and out of the park.
Indeed. So, ball change as the previous one disappearing over the wall, over the advertising feathers. Jones continuing to Gaston. Gaston gets one shot, cut away, out towards the boundary. It will beat the man pursuing. That's Tariq Edward. Nicely chopped away by Gaston, showing good hands there. It was short, it was wide, and guiding it away, beating the man inside the circle. Well, 2 of them really, Jodel, Cyril and Melius, and Edward looking to sweep and mop that up, not able to do so. 88 for 3. Gaston pushing along nicely. As Jones comes in, bowls to him, he's back, makes room, beats Melius inside the circle at point, gets the single as the total pushes to 89 with the single. 89 for 3. This is the 7th over. Gaston pushing on. We make it in his late 20s, even 30s. We'll confirm his exact score for you in a while. Off the back foot is Shalry. Oh, possibility of a run out. Direct hit missing. Oh, at the non-striker's end. Melius with the shy. Had that hit, Christian Shalry would have been a goner. 90 for 3 with the single. Bit of a discussion between Gaston and Shalry. Maybe saying, well, it is what it is. We have to take every run. The luck went their way on this occasion. Jones now to Gaston. Gaston gets one wide. Doesn't play. Gets the wide call. Late decision by umpire Roslyn Emmanuel.
Popped a bit lucky because his left leg went across.
91 the total. Jones to Gaston. Gaston playing a miss. Jones maybe thinking there was a little tickle on that. There was none. Ashton Alexander taken behind the stumps. It stays on 91 for 3. Jones moving in to Gaston. Gaston chops it away. This time finds Cyril. Straight to him. Although he didn't pick up, but he had it in his grasp. So, end of the over, the 7th of the innings. 91 for 3. 91 for 3. Mon Repos Credit Union, Mon Repos Pioneers. The target 275. Over number 8, Dylan Douglas coming up for his second over. Balls to Shalry. Shalry turns it away. Backward square leg fielder is Goodman. So they take 92. Gaston faces up and guides it away to backward point for another single. 91 now. Correction, 93. 93 for 3. Shalry back into strike. Douglas from beyond the box. Balls to Shalry played forward and can't score. So we have seen that from Douglas. Doesn't always come inside the bowling crease. Stays well beyond it or behind it at times. Comes in now, balls to Shalry. Shalry turns it. Get a single. This time forward of the umpire. And so the total inches up by 1 to 94. 94 for 4, or is it for 3? Over number 8. Douglas to Gaston. Gaston turns it fine for 4. Away to the fine leg boundary. Well inside of the man at short backward square leg. And away to the boundary for 4. To bring the total closer to the 100 mark. 98 for 3. Gaston pushing along nicely. Moving towards a half century. This time he turns it again. A faster delivery. Goodman is quickly across. And they take 1 to complete the over. The 8th of the innings. As the total goes to 99 for 3.
Yes, good going there by the Mon Repos Pioneers. A lot would depend on this pair. Christian Shalry and the captain Keon Gaston, who is hitting the boundaries but certainly looking to score out of almost every delivery, which is very much important. They need to score, not allow too many dot balls, and that they are doing admirably at this point in time, because we saw there was some fanatic run in between the wickets.
Over number 9. Isaiah Jones being brought in for his second. 99 for 3. As the Mon Repos Credit Union, Mon Repos Pioneers get themselves into a position as a forward. Oh! There was Gaston looking for a single.
I think it was on. It was to the left of Kimani Melius. So had they gone, I think they would have completed that single easily.
Jones to Gaston. Gaston back. It's hard into the ground. Now they take the single. And Melius does not throw. 100 coming up. So in the ninth over, Mon Repos Pioneers 100 for 3.
8.2 overs. And
This is the
Gros Islet
ninth.
got them in 10.4.
This is the ninth over. So amazingly, the Pioneers are ahead. This time driven out towards the boundary. Can the man get across? A diving attempt. And, well, question is, did the ricochet get to the rope? And we'll get the confirmation from Chico. Umpire just checking with him. And he says 4. So good on Chico. Indicating that it did go to the boundary. So 4 to Christian Shalry. And the total
104.
pushing to 104. This is the ninth over. The Pioneers are actually ahead of where the Knights were at a similar stage. So this is not a foregone conclusion at all. We've got a bit of a drizzle as well with us. Back goes Christian Shalry, pulling that away along the ground. And as they take the single, we've got some showers. Let's hope that it's not too serious, as we can hear it in the distance. And the ground staff may be needing to go towards the covers. Jones to Gaston, inside edge, past the keeper. It will go close to the boundary. Cyril is chasing, will pull it back just inside. And they come back for 2. So 2 to the total. 107. 107 it is for 3. This is the ninth over. Couple of deliveries left in it. Drizzle blowing away, getting a bit lighter. Jones to, that's pulled away out towards the boundary. The fielder missing. And Gerson there not getting hold of that, going through him. Maybe a bit of a bad bounce as well. It goes into the boundary to complete the ninth over. And at the end of it, 111 for 3, with the Mon Repos Pioneers keeping up with the requirement. And so 111 for 3 after 9, which is the latest we have in the...
Yeah, so good going there by the Mon Repos Pioneers. If we look at a quick comparison, Claudia's, the still Gros Islet Knights, they were 96 for 3. So both teams have lost the same amount of wicket at this stage. But the Knights, the Pioneers, sorry, they are ahead in terms of runs. So it looks like Tariq Edward is going to take up the attack from the northern end.
So off spin from Edward. The drizzle is still with us, but it's not strong. And we're going to continue in the drizzle over number 10. The off spin of Tariq Edward. To Shalry. Shalry digs out a Yorker. First delivery right up in the block hole. And a dot ball. Shalry having to, in fact, Edward having to use the towel. Shalry goes back and looking to play late down to third man, missing that. And into the gloves of Ashton Alexander. Edward with 2 dot balls. Again to Shalry. Shalry hoiking that, tugging across the line, out towards mid-wicket. Just a single. 112 for 3. This is the 12th over. Good news, the drizzle getting lighter. All but gone now. As Edward will now bowl to Gaston, keeping hopes alive for his team. Gaston back, pulling away but finds the figure of Jad Goodman at backward square leg and keeping them scoreless. It stays on 112 for 3. This is over number 10. Tariq Edward moves in, bows to Gaston. Gaston back, turns it straight to Goodman. Goodman doing good work. We have to compliment him. Of course, not the fleetest of foot, but doing quite a good job in what has come towards him. Edward to Gaston. Gaston driving nicely. Pushing or misfield by the fielder will allow the second. Davin Ford offending there and conceding 2 at the end of the 10th. So we have reached the halfway mark, and so I think it's time for the umpires to call for a break. So at the halfway mark, Mon Repos Pioneers, they are 114 for 3, with an opportunity to have a discussion and to look to reassess what they need to do for the second half of the innings, as that target is still 160 runs away. So they need to score at 16 runs per over for the second half of the innings. And so a good time for us to take a break as the players refresh themselves in a drinks break. So we're getting ready for the resumption. So about to see the start of over number 11.
What? 12 runs from the over for 111. Yeah, pretty well.
So we're about to see the resumption. Cyril to Shalry. Shalry chops it away. But good work by... Oh, there's a collision. Oh, and good work from the man. That's Gaston struggling after losing his bat. But he's able to get good his ground. But I think he has maybe gotten himself into a bit of an injury as he was almost on all fours trying to get back into his ground. He did so, but he seemed to have done a little bit of damage to himself as he's getting some assistance from the dressing room. So we have an interruption as the shot was played down to backward point, and we had a good bit of fielding, but the batsmen were in a bit of a tangle in the middle. In fact, for a while they were stranded in mid-pitch. In fact, they actually collided, and Keon Gaston losing his bat in the process and having to scramble on all fours to get to the wicket as the return came into the striker's stumps. Luckily for him, he was able to make good his ground, but came out with a bit of an injury that has received attention from the physio. And so he's going to continue. $114. So 114 for 3 as this is over number 11. And it's going to be Cyril who is going to come in, and he'll bowl to Gaston, who would have received attention from the dressing room. So he's ready to resume. So 114 for 3. This is over number 11 as Jardel Cyril from the north bowls to Gaston. Gaston plays it away down to third man. Jones comes quickly off the boundary, but can't keep the batters away from the single. 115 now for 3. Gaston with the single going to 56, and Christian Shalry on 14. Cyril moves in, bowls to Shalry. Shalry tugs it through square leg. Ford doesn't pick up. Gaston wants a second, but Shalry is having none of it as the total goes to 116. 116 for 3. Shalry going to 15. Gaston, a very good knock in progress, is 56. Cyril from the far end bowls to Gaston. Gaston smashes that over the head of the infield out towards the boundary. Can the sweeper get across? No. He's not able to do so. A boundary to Keon Gaston, taking him to 60. And the total 120. 120 for 3. This is the 11th over. And Gaston really pushing things along. Jadel Cyril again to Gaston. Gaston advancing and hits that out towards the wide long on. Dylan Douglas is there. And so they take one. That pushes the total to 121. Gaston goes to 60. And Charlery on 15 comes in to strike. Cyril moving in again, this time to Charlery. Charlery drives big. That's gone massively over long on. 6. Oh, that was in the slot. And Christian Charlery getting under it and hitting that loftily, powerfully. And over the boundary for 6. A powerful end to the 11th over as Mon Repos Pioneers pushed to 127 for 3 with Christian Charlery pushing on to 21.
Good lusty blow they struck there by Christian Charlery to bring an end to the over. Some 13 runs coming off the over. But as we did indicate, Claudius, at the halfway mark, they need to go at least at about 16 and over.
Yes, and how many did they get in the
They got
last one?
13.
13.
So 127 after 11, and the SPL Gros Islet, they were 103 after 11.
After 11.
So they are 24 runs ahead.
Wow, pretty interesting stuff. Tariq Edward will start over number 12. 127 it is for 3. Gaston in strike. He's on 60. Edward to him, down the leg side, looking to swing at it. And missing.
Yeah.
Wide call. 128 it is. Edward to Gaston. Gaston back, and that struck on the pad and given. So the end of Keon Gaston looking to pull a delivery that maybe wasn't all that short or not short enough. Playing across the line and being trapped. LBW. Umpire McVeigh making the dismissal. And the brave knock of
60.
Keon Gaston coming to an end. LBW Tariq Edward for 60. Mon Repos in the 12th over. They are 128 for 4.
Yeah, it was a good captain's knock by Keon Gaston. But the time he got dismissed, that Claudia, certainly the Pioneers could have ill afforded that because he was well set. And they would have hoped that he probably would have carried his bat for a much longer period than he did. But credit has to be given to the bowler.
Use the scoreboard on the
Tariq.
It's correct. Use this.
This one up a bit, and Keon Gaston was into the shot long before the ball had arrived. And so then he played across the line. He was a judge. So a good time they break through there by the SPL Gros Islet.
So the new batter coming out. So 128 it is for 4. This is actually over number 12 in progress. Craig Emmanuel replacing Gaston. So Edward moving in, but not quite ready was Emmanuel. Edward to Emmanuel, big drive or attempt at a drive outside the off stump. It's wide, called. 129. 129 for 4. Edward again to Emmanuel. Emmanuel forward, stroking it straight to the fielder. That's Simeon Gerson. No run. Edward again to Emmanuel. Emmanuel, big drive, doesn't make any contact. Coming off the glove of the keeper. And away to short third, no run. It stays at 129. Tariq Edward to Emmanuel. Emmanuel turns it. Will get off the mark. Possibility of another run? No, they decide on just a single as 4 Knights fielders converge on the ball on the edge of the circle at mid-wicket. 130 for 4. Shallery comes in to strike. He's 21. Emmanuel off the mark with the single. Shallery goes back and plays into the offside, but it's a dot ball. And it stays on 131 for 4. Shallery gets one that he drives into the covers. Sweeper comes off the boundary. Sweeper comes off the boundary. And the return comes in to end the 12th over. So at the end of 12, 132 for 4. The Pioneers still need 143. So over number 13. So Lee John is been brought in for over number 13. And he will bowl to Christian Shallery. So good news, we've got our graphic back. We thank you for your patience as we sorted out the information thereon. Lee John with his first delivery to Shallery. Shallery looking to force that. Doesn't get hold of it. So it's a dot ball. He remains on 23. John walking first, then moves in to Shallery. Shallery hits that hard into the ground, goes back to John, and the total stays with the dot ball on 132 for 4. John to Shallery. Shallery hits that out towards the mid-wicket fielder who's picking up well. That's Davin Ford. A single to Shallery. He goes to 24 and the total 133 for 4. Emmanuel on 1 will come into strike. John moves in to Emmanuel. Emmanuel turns it away just for the single to backward square leg, and the return coming in. So these two just milking Lee John in his first over. 134 for 4. The requirement is an additional 141. John to Shallery. Shallery turns that away, pulls that away. It will go to the man on the cow corner boundary. Just a single. Gerson's left-handed return comes high to Alexander as the total pushes on to 135 for 4. 1 deliver left in the 13th. The required rate is almost 20 runs and over. John to Emmanuel. Emmanuel hits it away for 6 over backward square leg. Oh, a very quick swing of the hands and dismissing the ball from his presence and going all the way over backward square leg for 6. Another of the many maximums we have seen in the game so far tonight as the Pioneers push to 141 for 4 at the end of the 13th over. Emmanuel going to 8. Christian Charlery 25. And the Pioneers keeping hopes alive. Tariq Edward bowls him. Christian Charlery looking to swing across the line, missing and being castled there by Tariq Edward. So success further for the Gros Islet Knights as Christian Charlery goes bowled by Tariq Edward for 23 and the 5th wicket going down for the Pioneers. So success for the Gros Islet Knights in the 14th over as the new batter comes out.
Looks like Cody Lesmo, I think.
So the left-hander coming out and Emmanuel being joined by his teammate there. Looks like number 6. Number 6 on the Mon Repos team sheet. So Cody Lesmore, the man, and he will take strike. I think we have a case where the bail has gone missing. I think they've now picked it up. So Christian Charlery being bowled and the bail's flying maybe all the way to the 30-yard circle. So it's been retrieved now and Cody Lesmore is going to take strike. Mon Repos Pioneers still needing 134 in 6.5 overs, 19.61. So it needs to continue to rain sixes here at Francis Baba Lastic ground if Pioneers can get close to that target. Round the wicket. Tariq Edward moving into Cody Lesmore. First delivery to Lesmore. Edward into him. He drives out towards long off. To his right, Tyrell Chico doing the fielding. 142 for 5. Lesmore getting off the mark. Emmanuel, 8 from 5, will come into strike. He's a big, strong man. He needs to bring that ability to the fore if Mon Repos are going to get close. Edward to him. Drives outer portion of the bat, out towards third man. The chase has been given up by Cyril as the ball goes into the boundary. Boundary that takes Emmanuel into double figures. He's 12. It's 146 for 5.
Yeah, fortuitous boundary struck there by Craig Emmanuel, but I think he would take them however they comes.
Edward to Emmanuel. Emmanuel, full toss. It's that long. That's high. That's gone for 6 over deep extra cover. So in the slot, well, really, a free hit, really. It was a high full toss. And Emmanuel with the long levers launching into that. And hitting it over deep extra cover. And bringing up the 150 for the Pioneers. 152 for 5. But of course, it's yet another ball change as it continues to rain sixes here in this match number 5 of SPL 6.
Yes, good timely blow there by Craig Emmanuel. Well, one would say a really juicy full toss. Really help yourself. He deposited it out of the ground. But Claudius, just a quick glance at my sheet there. I'm saying that the SPL Gros Islet Knights, they're 150 came in at the end of the 14th over. So we are into the 14th over now, and the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are 150. So they are still neck and neck in terms of scoring. If we could have looked at the worm, we would have seen that.
Edward continues to Emmanuel. Emmanuel hits that out towards deep mid-wicket and taken. Oh, Isaiah Jones nestled himself under that and taking it two-handed. Emmanuel, maybe a bit of a power failure from it. Needed to have a little more on it. But it just wasn't there. And Jones coming forward to take the catch low, two-handed, to account for the loss of Emmanuel. Caught Jones, bowl Edward for 18. And in the 14th over, Mon Repos Pioneers 152 for 6.
I think that shot of a fast bowler may have traveled the distance, but of the off spinner, certainly he needed to apply a bit more power to it. But a good catch nevertheless taken by Isaiah Jones. Tariq would be pretty much pleased after being deposited out of the ground in the previous delivery to come back and pick up a wicket of Craig Emmanuel. And we know that Craig certainly can hit a long ball. But again, the Mon Repos Pioneers, they are losing wicket at a very crucial time. Just when a batsman look like they're about to get a move on, they seem to be losing the wicket. So the struggle continues for the Mon Repos Pioneers.
Yes, and Tariq Edward picking up his 3rd wicket overall. His 2nd in the over as Zanaki Louis comes to join Cody Lesmore. But such is the requirement that you need to continue going big, the Mon Repos Pioneers. And as they do that, they're losing wickets. Edward to Louis. Louis edges past the keeper. But Goodman will pick it up at short 3rd inside the circle. So Louis off the mark, 153 for 6. As the 14th over is completed.
Yes, and a good productive over there for the SPL Gros Islet Knights. Tariq Edward picking up 2 wickets, although it was a bit expensive, considered some 12 runs, but with the sort of scores that they posted, 275, 12 runs of the over really will not hurt them at this point because the required rated has jumped over 20, now 20.33. So, but in the context of the game, 3 wickets in and over, I think they could take that any day.
Yes, indeed. So 122 still. Both batsmen on 1. Lee John, first over costing 9, will come up for his 2nd. And it's going to be the left-handed Zanaki Louis to face over number 15. John, round the wicket to Louis. Louis hits that airborne out towards backward point. The sweeper in Ford will pick it up and will send the return in. Louis coming back for the 2nd. 155. 155 for 6. John continues to Louis. Louis gets a quicker delivery. Squeezes it out to backward square. They've taken one. They'll come back for the second. Jones coming in from the boundary. Can't stop the second. Louis going up to 5 with the couple, 157 for 6. Rate above 20 per over. John moving in. Louis down the track. Hits that high. Out towards long off. Does it have enough on it? Yes, it does. 6 to Louis. Douglas coming around. Almost converging. Almost colliding with Chico coming from long on. And just at the point of the ball falling to ground, they converged, but it was over their heads. 6 to Louis. He's into double figures. 11 he is. 163 for 6. John to Louis. Louis wants a single. It's not on. As he plays it to short point. Kimani Melius is there. There's no run. It stays at 163 for 6. John to Louis. Louis gets a full delivery. Hits it to extra cover. Gerson is there. And it's a dot ball. 112 required. 5 overs after this one. John to Louis. Louis hits that. Oh, difficult stop for Gerson, but gets enough of the momentum off of it to then recover to pick up one taken as the 15th over is completed. 164 for 6. Louis going to 12. 111 required from the last 5 overs.
Yeah, still a very big ask there for the Mon Repos Pioneers. With every over, they do not get the required rate. The asking rate keeps jumping up. It has gone up now past 22. But Claudius, we have seen almost every batter from that appears for the Mon Repos Pioneers do have the capability of clearing the boundaries, but it's just that they're unable to do it consistently for a period of time.
Yeah, and of course it's a big ask to score 250. So it means that you have to be at it consistently. And I think that has been this challenge for the Pioneers, to have maintained that sort of total or that sort of striking rate has been difficult. Over number 16 started. Fast delivery outside off and missed by Louis. So 111 still required. Edward to Louis. Louis backs away and hits into the offside. Beats. Oh, good work. And attempted throw at the non-strikers end will give them an additional run. Douglas with a sprawling save inside the circle. And then the throw missing, allowing an additional run. So Louis goes to 14, 166 for 6. Edward in his final over. Comes into Louis. Louis gets a full delivery, clips it down to long on. Lee John is there. And there's one. Louis goes to 15, 167 for 6. Cody Lesmore in strike. Edward round the wicket to Lesmore. Lesmore hits that into the offside. 4 runs away from Chico to his right. Good stroke from Lesmore all along the ground. And hit nicely, crisply through the offside, getting him his first boundary and taking the total to 171 for 6.
Yes, well executed shot there by Cody Lesmore. Really textbook driven for the covers there for 4.
Edward again to Lesmore. Lesmore, well, doesn't play. And missing out on a dot ball outside off stump. So it stays 171 for 6. Edward with his final delivery. Bows to Lesmore, who pushes into the offside. but straight to the point fielder, Melius. And the end of the over. So Tariq Edward completes his bowling effort for the match. 4 overs, 3 for 26. This is quite a performance on the back of his 111.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Claudia, certainly man of the match performance. Having scored 111 not out, and then to follow it up with 26 and picking up 3 wickets in the process. So certainly a good all-round performance there by Tariq Edward.
Indeed. And just to remind you, is 111 coming from 53 balls, 5 fours, 11 sixes, striking at 209.43 over number 17. John to Louis. Louis tugs that around to the mid-wicket fielder Jones. Just a single as the total goes up to 172. Still 103 required, but just 3 overs after this one. John to Lesmore. Lesmore clips it away and away from the fielder inside the circle and into the boundary at backward square leg for 4. So Lesmore helping himself to another boundary, 176 for 6.
Yes, loose delivery on the pads of Cody Lesbo. Got sufficient back to it to evade the fielder Jad Goodman at the short backward square region for 4.
John will move in again to Lesmore. Lesmore looks to go big and coming off maybe the pad. Lesmore is not even sure where it is. And it goes to backward square leg. Goodman is there, no run.
Well, that ball actually passed between the batsman and the stump.
Wow, I thought it came off the pad.
Well, the pad of the keeper.
Okay. John bows to Lesmore. Lesmore turns it, but Goodman doesn't pick up. So what could have been a tight single ends up quite comfortable. In the end, Lesmore getting his 10th run. And the total going up to 177 for 6. John round the wicket to Louis. Louis smashes that out towards mid-wicket. Jones is there. And there's no run. So the boundary is just not coming for the Mon Repos Pioneers. It was at this stage of the night's innings that it was raining sixes. John to Lesmore. Lesmore is struck on the pad as he looks to turn it away. Louis is already on him for the single. And they get it. Poor throw coming in from Cyril. The over comes to an end. The 17th of the innings. The Pioneers still need 96 from 18 balls. A virtual impossibility.
Yes, certainly. Gros Islet Knights, they have really stamped their authority on this first game. Having posted such a huge total, 274. They really have taken control where the bowling is concerned. They have kept things tight on every occasion where the Pioneers were looking to break loose. They were able to rein them in by collecting wickets. So certainly the bowlers have done a good job for the Knights. And it looked like Douglas will be continued from the southern end.
Yes, Douglas comes in to Lesmore. Lesmore hits that long off. Oh, put down by Tyrell Chico. They'll come back for the second and
Run out.
run out. Zanaki Louis not able to complete the second. So a drop chance off of Dylan Douglas ends up in a run out as Chico was able to recover and get the return back in. Good work in the end at the stumps by Dylan Douglas to break them before Zanaki Louis was able to make good his ground. So the fall of the 7th, 180 for 7 at the start of the 18th over.
Yes, again, the Mon Repos Pioneers looking for a second run, but it, as we can safely say, it is a foregone conclusion that the Knights are going to pull one off. But it must be disappointing for the Pioneers having gone down in the first game, and they certainly would have been looking forward to redeem themselves. And one could simply say it's a worse performance than what they did in the first game.
Yes, and having conceded 250 plus, in fact 260 or 274, it meant that they were always going to struggle in the chase. We make that 274 the highest SPL effort in the history of the tournament. Short pulled away by the new batter, and they take one. So number, in fact, that's not the new batter, that's Lesmore playing the stroke. And
as the camera to zoom in at the back of the
new batter, a right-hander. It looks like McLean Sylvester, but we will confirm. He's got the helmet. And bowled him. Is that, or is that caught?
That was Alexander. Ivan
Alexander, the man actually coming in and just facing the one delivery and getting dismissed. Was that bowled or caught behind ball? So the end of Evan Alexander coming quickly and going. Bowled by Dylan Douglas as the Pioneers lose the 8th wicket in the 18th over.
Yes, the new batter Evan Alexander really didn't contribute much. Looking to play a ball that was coming back and completely played down the wrong line, and he was comprehensively bowled. So the struggles continue for the Mon Repos Pioneers, and the Knights certainly enjoying a good night out.
Indeed, the Knights have been in shining armor, and what a performance by them as McLean Sylvester comes out, and he's going to face Douglas, who comes into Sylvester, who gets a full delivery, homing in onto the stumps, but kept out by the number 10, and so it stays 181. Is it for 7 or is it for 8? It's the delivery
8.
That's outside the off stump, and a play and a miss. Sylvester drive in out towards long off. Lee John is there, and they take one over completed. The 18th of the innings, 181 the score.
Yes, so the struggles continue out there for the Pioneers. Basically, they are just going through the motion with that mammoth total to overhaul. I think, as we did indicate, it's a foregone conclusion now with just 12 legal deliveries remaining.
So Lee John will continue. And he will come for the 19th over. John 3 overs, not for 28. And he's going to bowl to Sylvester. John to Sylvester. Sylvester plays it away. Away from Cyril, who will not be able to pull it back. And it goes into the boundary at third man ahead of him. 186 now for 8.
Yeah, nice depth touch there by McLean Sylvester, just
Sylvester
using the pace of
finding the boundary
of the bowler Lee John.
So John will move in again. This is the penultimate over. John to Sylvester. Sylvester, a big swing and a miss. Outside off stump. Into the gloves of the keeper. No run. 89 still required. Sylvester struck on the pad and given. So a full delivery. And Sylvester looking to sort of sweep paddle it. And missing and being trapped in front. Well in front, as we see on the evidence of the replay. So the 9th wicket falling there for the Pioneers. Lee John trapping Sylvester for 5 LBW and picking up his first wicket in the 19th over. It's 186 for 9.
Yes, poor shot there by Sylvester. Real full delivery at the stump. He would have been best advised, so perhaps play within the V's like the coach would advise. But looking to be cute on this occasion, completely misses this one and was adjudged LBW by umpire Rosalind Emmanuel. So with 9 wickets down, Claudius, there's a possibility that the Pioneers may be bowled out.
Yes, we still have 9 deliveries left. And 1 wicket remaining.
Yes, so certainly the last pair for the Pioneers at the wicket. And will it be a question of they're going to just look to survive the remaining 9 deliveries, or is he still going to fancy his chance and see if he could register a few maximum for himself and the team? But certainly Lee John would have other ideas and certainly would want to wrap the innings up in this over, the 19th over.
So Jamal Lesmore coming out at number 11. So the 2 Lesmores at the crease. And they have an impossible task as Lee John. Balls to Jamal. Jamal back. Will not get off the mark. As Ashton Alexander picks up. 186 for 9. John in the 19th over to Jamal. Jamal gets another dart of a delivery. Right in the block hole. And keeps it out. John again to Lesmore. Lesmore back. Wants the single. Well, Cody wanted the single. But there was none. The over comes to an end. So the 19th of the innings. 186 for 9. 1 over left. And all of 89 still required by the Pioneers.
Yes, certainly the still Gros Islet Knights with just 6 delivery left for them to basically celebrate what would be a great start to their defense. Claudius, I don't know if you have looked at the past winners, but we've not had any team repeated in the SPL. We've had 5 editions and 5 different teams have won. So this year the question is, can a team win for the second time?
Well, of course, it's early days. This is just match number 5. We have 32 games to go through. And of course, we will get that picture emerging clearer as the competition progresses. Dylan Douglas with the final over of the innings. He's got already 1 for 14 from his 3, and he will bowl to Cody Lesmore. Lesmore just noodles it to backward point to Cyril, and There's no run. So a bit of a quiet end to the innings, and it is so because of the rapid and aggressive batting of the Knights. A dot ball by Cody Lesmore. I'm not sure Cody's maybe trying to stay not out or something, Greg Wilson. It's the final over.
He just want to ensure that his team is not bowled out.
And a nice juicy flighted delivery. Cody Lesmore just strokes it up to extra cover. No run. Could we have a maiden for the final delivery of a T20, a final over of a T20 game?
A distinct possibility. And he has actually turned down the single, so
It's turned down the
so
thing.
I think it might be safe to say we might have a maiden over, Claudius.
Oh, the fourth ball of the over, the fourth dot ball. And Cody Lesmore has played everything defensively. 2 deliveries left in the game. Douglas was the faster one, kept out by Cody. There's a chance for a single. They're not taking it. And we could have an incredible result here of a maiden in the final over of a T20 game.
Is that history in the making?
Probably. It's been a very historic night. Final delivery of the match. Douglas maybe would looking to dart in a very quick one. And it's going to be interesting to see what Cody will do. It's outside the and Cody lets it go. And it's the end of the game, and a very strange end to the game indeed. It ends in a maiden. Cody Lesmore has the satisfaction of boasting that I came out not out. So was Jamal Lesmore. But overall, a comprehensive victory by the Knights, who have won the game by a whopping 88 runs. And what a game we have had here, Greg Wilson, in this game number 5. The toss won by the Mon Repos Pioneers. They inserted the Knights, and the Knights, well, they struggled a little bit with the loss of Kimani Melius and Jad Goodman, but they had an explosive conclusion to the innings on the back of that century from Tariq Edward. They got to 274, and although the Pioneers were able to sort of keep up to the tempo, it was a big target and they just couldn't get to the final line. And so victory, comprehensive one for the Gros Islet Knights, the defending champions.
Yes, certainly a good start to their defense, but it was always going to be a monumental task, Claudius. 275 runs for victory. They were always up against it. There was always scoreboard pressure from ball one. As you did indicate, they were ahead of the runs, but when you really needed somebody to take off and do the sort of sustained hitting that we saw from Tariq Edwards, it never happened. But all in all, I think the Gros Islet Knights, they could be pleased with their effort this evening.
Indeed. So let's just recap for you. So the details. So 274 for 5, the Gros Islet Knights from their 20 overs. And that really came out of the bat of Tariq Edward, the leading light. 111, 53 balls, 5 fours, 11 sixes, a strike rate of 209.43. He got good support from Dylan Douglas, a quick fire 40 from 16. And there was also good effort from Simeon Gerson, 29, Tyrell Chico, 23, and Lee John, 26. And in the bowling department, it was a sorry story for the Knights, with some 3 of their bowlers going in excess of 50 for from their 4 overs. And so it was a very, very big total indeed, 274. And in reply, they got some 88 runs short, with a good contribution coming from Gaston. Gaston, in fact, getting 58 from 31. 31 from Natrum, 26 from Shalry, but it was just not enough. As in the bowling department, it was Tariq Edward again, the pick of the bowlers, picking up 3 for 26 in his 4. There was a wicket each for Chico Ford, Cyril Douglas, and Lee John. And so success for the Knights by 88 runs. They have started well, but unfortunately for the Pioneers, 2 successive defeats for them, and they will certainly have to regroup. So that's where we wrap up things on commentary. Of course, asking you to stay tuned for the post-match. We'll bring that to you momentarily. But on behalf of Greg Wilson, we say thank you for staying with the commentary, and of course asking you to join us for more action on Tuesday. Of course, tomorrow is a rest day, and the action continues on Tuesday in SPL with game number 6. So Claudius Emmanuel signing off from commentary at about this time. But of course, stay tuned for the post-match.
Miss Fana.
Not seeing it. Ready? Good night, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for the post-match in match number 5. An encounter between the Mon Repos Pioneers and the Gros Islet Knights. A big victory for the Gros Islet Knights by 88 runs. Let's have the start. We'll start with the man of the match. And yes, we'll do that first. For his brilliant knock of 111 from 53 balls with 5 fours, 11 sixes, a strike rate of 209.43, and his 3 for 26 with 13 dot balls. It's the man Tariq Edward. And Tariq, just await the OECS Sports brand manager, Miss Fane Alloway, will make the presentation to you. Yes. After that knock, you need to speak to us, Tariq. Have you ever batted better?
Well, based on my practices, I back myself. So to be honest, I don't see it as a surprise, all my hard work, finally paying off. I just hope to continue in the tournament with the form.
And what was the thinking? Because at the start we were saying on commentary that it was an up and down type of progression that you were making, but towards the back end, you really found the middle.
Well, if you don't know me, that's how I start. That's how I play cricket, up and down. I fight, I battle until, I be successful. And then, I work hard. At the end of the day, it was successful. I put the team first, and then at the end, I came first too. So I'm very thankful for that.
Okay, thank you. All the best. You gave us royal entertainment.
No.
Thank you very much. All the best. Tariq Edward, the man of the match. Let's speak to the losing captain, Mr. Keon Gaston. A tough day at the office for you, Keon.
Yeah, I think in the first 10 overs we bowled pretty decent, but in the back end, I think Gros Islet batsman Tariq, outstanding knock from him, and what's his name? Simeon commented him at the other end.
Yeah, unfortunately, 2 losses out of 2. The Pioneers have a lot of work to do from him.
Yeah, we just probably have to go back to the drawing board, go to the basics and try to stick to our plans as long as we can, and then hopefully we'll turn it around in the end.
Okay, commiserations, Keon. All the best for the future matches. And the winning captain, a smiling Kimani Melius of the Gros Islet Knights. Good to get off the mark in a winning effort.
Well, yeah, it's always good to start the tournament in winning ways. Commiserations to Mon Repos. They played very well. I find when they were batting, the first 10 overs, they were ahead, but our bowlers must be commended the way we pulled back the game.
So a good start for your team. You didn't get any, but I suppose with so much from Tariq Edward, you're looking for more success from you and Jad at the top of the order.
Well, firstly, let me commend Tariq. He showed great disposition at the crease. Just batting with great maturity. He must be commended for that, along with our overseas player who he opted for, to further 45-hour batting. It's also good for him.
Okay, thank you. All the best. Congratulations. for the entertainment. So that's the situation from the post-match. Success for the Gros Islet Knights in match number 5. And as we remind you that tomorrow is a rest day, but action continues at the Mendo Phillip Park for game 6 on Tuesday night. It's the Knights again versus the South Castries Lions. So join us then. Good night to all.